Welcome, weary night guard, to a journey through the shadows of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the tragedies that haunt its halls. Tonight, we explore not just the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's, but every life lost within its twisted timeline, from the first innocent child to fall victim to William Afton's madness, to the final moments when old sins are finally laid to rest. This is a story of families torn apart, souls trapped in metal shells, and the endless cycle of vengeance that echoes through decades of horror. So settle in, close your eyes, and let us walk together through this chronicle of sorrow and redemption. In the beginning, there was only the dream of bringing joy to children, a vision shared by two brilliant minds whose friendship would become the foundation for both wonder and unspeakable tragedy. Henry, Emily, and William Afton stood together in the early 1970s, their eyes bright with the possibility of creating something magical, something that would make children laugh and families gather in celebration of simple, innocent happiness. Fredbear's Family Diner was their first creation, a humble establishment where the scent of pizza mingled with the sound of children's laughter, where mechanical marvels in the form of singing, dancing bears brought smiles to faces that had never seen such wonders before. The golden bear called Fredbear and his purple companion, Spring Bonnie, were more than mere entertainment. They were the physical manifestation of childhood dreams, crafted with such care and attention that they seemed almost alive in their movements and expressions. But even in those early days of innocence and promise, darkness was already beginning to take root in the heart of one of the creators. William Afton, brilliant engineer and skilled craftsman, harbored within his soul a hunger that went far beyond the simple desire to entertain. There was something cold and calculating in the way he watched the children who flocked to see their mechanical friends, something that suggested his interest lay not in their joy but in their vulnerability, their trust, their complete and utter innocence. The first death in what would become a generational cycle of tragedy occurred on a rain-soaked evening in 1983, outside the humble walls of Fredbear's Family Diner. Charlie Emily, daughter of Henry Emily, and bearer of her father's gentle spirit and creative genius, had been locked out of the restaurant during what should have been a moment of celebration. The other children had already gone inside, leaving her alone in the parking lot where the autumn rain created small rivers between the cars and the neon lights of the diner, reflected in puddles like broken dreams. William Afton found her there, this child who represented everything pure and hopeful about his partner's vision for their shared creation. In Charlie's dark eyes, he saw not the daughter of his business partner, but an opportunity, a moment when vulnerability and isolation created the perfect conditions for the unthinkable. The details of what transpired in those final moments remained shrouded in shadow, but the result was clear and terrible. The first innocent life claimed by hands that had been meant to create joy. Charlie's death was not merely the ending of a young life, but the birth of something far more significant in the supernatural tapestry that would define the Freddy Fazbear legacy. Her spirit, rather than passing peacefully into whatever realm awaits the souls of the departed, became bound to the very establishment where her father had poured his dreams and ambitions. The security puppet, a tall, slender animatronic designed to watch over the children and keep them safe, became the vessel for Charlie's consciousness, her protective instincts magnified beyond the limitations of mortal flesh. As the puppet, Charlie's spirit gained abilities that transcended the normal boundaries between life and death. She could move through the restaurant with purpose and intelligence, her black tears streaming down white cheeks as she searched eternally for children in need of protection. The music box that controlled her movements became both blessing and curse when it wound down. She was free to roam and protect. But when it played its haunting melody, she was trapped within her prison of wood and wire, forced to dance to its rhythm like a marionette controlled by invisible strings. The transformation of Charlie Emily from living child to supernatural guardian marked the beginning of a pattern that would repeat itself again and again throughout the decades that followed. Death at Freddy Fazbear's establishments would not bring peace but transformation. Not rest but eternal vigilance. Not ending but a different kind of beginning that defied every natural law and moral expectation. Henry Emily, devastated by the loss of his daughter and unaware of the supernatural forces that had been set in motion, threw himself into his work with the desperate intensity of a man trying to outrun his grief. The restaurants continued to operate, the animatronics continued to perform, and children continued to visit, their laughter a bittersweet reminder of what had been lost and what still needed to be protected. But William Afton's appetite for destruction had only been whetted by his first kill. The ease with which he had claimed Charlie's life, the thrill of holding such absolute power over innocence and vulnerability, awakened something monstrous within him that demanded to be fed again and again. He began to study the children who visited their establishments with the cold calculation of a predator selecting prey, noting which ones were isolated, which ones were forgotten by distracted parents, which ones would not be missed immediately if they simply disappeared. The missing children incident, as it would later be known in police reports and newspaper headlines, occurred at the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza on a day that had started like any other. Families had gathered for birthday parties and casual meals. Children had run laughing between the tables, while the animatronic band played cheerful songs on the small stage, and parents had relaxed in the knowledge that their little ones were safe in what was supposed to be a place of joy and celebration. William Afton, wearing the golden spring bonnie costume that allowed him to move freely among the children without arousing suspicion, began his work with the methodical precision of someone who had planned every detail in advance. The suit itself was a marvel of engineering, designed to function both as a costume for human performers and as an autonomous animatronic when no one was inside. Its dual nature made it the perfect tool for Afton's purposes. Children trusted the familiar golden rabbit, approaching him without fear or hesitation when he beckoned them toward the back rooms where parents could not see. The first to follow him was Gabriel, a boy of 7 whose birthday party had been the reason for his family's visit that day. Gabriel had always been fascinated by the animatronics, spending long minutes studying their movements and trying to understand how they could seem so alive. When Spring Bonnie appeared at his table and gestured for him to come see something special, something that only good children were allowed to witness, Gabriel's curiosity overcame any instinct for caution. In a storage room filled with spare parts and maintenance equipment, where the cheerful music from the dining area became a distant, muffled sound, Gabriel's young life came to an end. The details of his final moments, like those of all Afton's victims, remain mercifully hidden from mortal knowledge. But the aftermath would prove that death was not the conclusion of his story, but merely its transformation into something far stranger and more terrible. Jeremy followed next, a quiet child who had been sitting alone while his parents argued at a nearby table, their voices raised in the kind of domestic dispute that makes children feel invisible and forgotten. When the golden rabbit approached and offered him friendship, offered him attention that his distracted family had failed to provide, Jeremy accepted the invitation with the desperate gratitude of a child who had learned to expect disappointment. Susie came third, a little girl whose love for the animatronic chicken called Chica had made her an easy target for manipulation. Afton, speaking through the Spring Bonnie suit in a voice that seemed warm and caring, told her that Chica wanted to meet her personally, that the chicken animatronic had chosen her as someone special among all the other children. Susie's excitement at being selected for such an honor made her follow without question, her small hand trustingly placed in the costume's mechanical fingers. Fritz, the fourth victim, was a boy whose fascination with pirates and adventure had drawn him repeatedly to the animatronic fox called Foxy. When Spring Bonnie promised to show him where Foxy really lived, where the pirate fox kept his treasure and planned his adventures, Fritz could not resist the opportunity to see behind the curtains of his favorite character's world. The fifth and final victim of that terrible day was Cassidy, a child whose fierce spirit and strong will might have saved them under different circumstances. But even the strongest children are still children, and when faced with an adult who knew exactly how to exploit their trust and curiosity, even Cassidy could not escape the fate that awaited in those dark back rooms. 5 children entered those storage areas alive, their hearts beating with excitement and anticipation, their minds filled with the wonder of meeting their mechanical heroes in person. 5 children died there, their screams muffled by the thick walls and the cheerful music that continued to play in the dining room where their families waited for their return. But death, as Charlie Emily had already discovered, was not the end of their story. The puppet, driven by supernatural instincts inherited from Charlie's protective spirit, found each small body and performed a ritual that defied both scientific understanding and religious doctrine. Using powers that existed beyond the realm of natural law, the puppet placed each child's soul into one of the main animatronic characters, binding their consciousness to the mechanical bodies that had entertained them in life. Gabriel's spirit merged with Freddy Fazbear himself, the brown bear who served as the restaurant's mascot and leader of the animatronic band. The cheerful performer that had once brought joy to countless birthday parties became the vessel for a child's confused and angry ghost, his movements now guided by memories of life cut short, and a burning desire for justice that would never be satisfied through conventional means. Jeremy found himself bound to Bonnie the Bunny, the purple rabbit whose guitar playing had always made him smile during family visits to the restaurant. Now the instrument became a tool of supernatural vengeance, its strings capable of producing sounds that existed beyond normal human hearing, melodies that could drive the living to madness or call the dead to action. Susie's soul inhabited Chica the chicken, transforming the cheerful performer who had once served pizza with a smile into something far more sinister. The mechanical bird's movements became erratic and purposeful, her yellow form stalking through the restaurant after hours with the determined stride of someone searching for something that could never be found. Fritz merged with Foxy the pirate fox, his love of adventure and excitement preserved even in death but twisted into something darker and more desperate. The animatronic fox, already damaged from years of use and relegated to storage in Pirate Cove, became the most aggressive of the possessed machines, his hook gleaming in the darkness as he sought victims who could pay for sins they had never committed. Cassidy's fate was perhaps the most complex and tragic of all, for their spirit became divided between 2 vessels: the mysterious Golden Freddy, a ghostly apparition that could appear and disappear at will, and a secondary presence that would later torment William Afton with a persistence that bordered on the supernatural. This division of consciousness created 2 aspects of the same soul, one seeking justice and the other demanding revenge, both united in their determination to ensure that the man who had stolen their life would never know peace again. The possessed animatronics began their supernatural reign of terror almost immediately, though their initial attempts at vengeance were clumsy and misdirected. Children's souls trapped in mechanical bodies possessed neither the experience nor the understanding necessary to distinguish between guilty and innocent, between perpetrator and bystander. Their programming had been designed to entertain and protect children, but their spiritual inhabitation had twisted these directives into something far more sinister. Night guards began to disappear, their bodies found in the morning, stuffed inside spare animatronic suits where the complex machinery had crushed bone and torn flesh in ways that made identification difficult and explanation impossible. The mechanical endoskeletons that gave the characters their structure and movement were not designed to accommodate human anatomy, and the results of forced insertion were gruesome beyond description. Day shift employees reported strange malfunctions and unexplained movements. Animatronics that would turn their heads to follow individual people across the room, mechanical hands that would reach out toward children with movements that seemed too deliberate to be random programming errors. The cheerful songs that had once brought joy to birthday celebrations became haunting melodies that echoed through empty dining rooms long after closing time, their words unchanged, but their meaning transformed by the supernatural forces that now controlled their speakers. Parents began to notice that their children returned from visits to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, changed in subtle but disturbing ways. Some spoke of conversations with the animatronics that went beyond programmed responses, describing complex discussions about death and loneliness that no entertainment robot should have been capable of conducting. Others reported nightmares filled with mechanical faces that moved with too much intelligence, golden eyes that followed them through their dreams with expressions of desperate hunger. The restaurant's management, faced with declining attendance and increasing reports of strange incidents, hired additional security personnel and instituted new safety protocols that did little to address the supernatural nature of the problems they faced. Security cameras captured footage that defied explanation, animatronics moving when they should have been immobile, shadows that walked independently of any physical form, glimpses of children in areas where no children should have been present. Phone Guy, the cheerful employee whose voice would become familiar to countless night guards through pre-recorded training messages, began documenting the strange incidents with the methodical dedication of someone trying to maintain normalcy in the face of impossible circumstances. His recordings, initially optimistic and professional, gradually took on undertones of nervousness and confusion as he struggled to explain events that challenged every assumption about reality and technology. The animatronic's behavior followed patterns that suggested intelligence and purpose rather than random malfunction. They seemed to recognize certain individuals, showing particular aggression toward adults, while displaying what might have been protective behavior toward children. Their movements became more coordinated over time, as if they were learning to work together toward common goals that existed beyond their original programming. William Afton, the architect of all this tragedy, watched the chaos he had created with a mixture of fascination and growing concern. The supernatural consequences of his actions had exceeded even his expectations, transforming his carefully planned murders into something far more complex and dangerous than he had anticipated. The children he had killed to satisfy his twisted desires had become something more than mere victims. They had become agents of supernatural justice that would pursue him across decades with relentless determination. Yet even as the possessed animatronics spread fear and confusion throughout the restaurant, even as parents began avoiding the establishment and employees quit in increasing numbers, Afton felt no remorse for what he had done. If anything, the supernatural transformation of his victims intrigued him, suggesting possibilities for immortality and power that went far beyond anything he had previously imagined. The children's souls had proven that consciousness could survive the death of the body, that identity and personality could persist in mechanical forms, that the boundary between life and death was more porous than anyone had previously believed. The missing children incident marked the true beginning of the Freddy Fazbear legacy of horror. The moment when what should have been a place of joy and celebration became forever associated with disappearances, deaths, and supernatural manifestations that would haunt the franchise for generations to come. 5 children had died in those back rooms, their lives stolen by a man whose hunger for power and control knew no moral boundaries. But in their deaths, they had discovered something that William Afton had not anticipated, that love and protection could transcend the grave, that injustice could create its own forms of supernatural retribution, and that some wrongs were so profound that they demanded consequences that existed beyond the normal boundaries of law and mortality. The children who had trusted Spring Bonnie's friendly invitation had become something far more dangerous than their killer had ever imagined, and their quest for justice had only just begun. In the shadow of the missing children incident, where 5 young souls had been torn from the world of the living and bound forever to mechanical shells, another tragedy was already taking shape within the Afton household itself. This new horror would not unfold in the back rooms of a restaurant or in the hidden corners where strangers might prey upon the innocent, but in the most sacred space of all within a family, between brothers who should have protected each other from the darkness that existed beyond their home's walls. Michael Afton, eldest son of William Afton, and heir to all the complicated legacy that such parentage entailed, was a teenager caught between childhood and adulthood, between innocence and the growing awareness that the world contained cruelties he was only beginning to understand. Like many boys his age, he sought to establish his dominance and identity through displays of power over those smaller and weaker than himself, and fate had provided him with the perfect target in the form of his younger brother, the crying child, as he would come to be known in the whispered stories that survivors would tell in years to come. Was everything that Michael was not gentle, where his brother was aggressive, fearful where Michael was bold, sensitive where the older boy had learned to armor himself with cruelty and indifference. The younger Afton son possessed the kind of tender heart that sees monsters in shadows and hears threats in every unexpected sound, the sort of delicate spirit that requires protection rather than persecution. But Michael, shaped by the toxic influence of a father whose own capacity for empathy had long since withered away, saw his brother's vulnerability not as something to guard but as something to exploit. The psychological torment he inflicted upon the crying child was not born from genuine malice, but from the confused anger of a young man who sensed that something was fundamentally wrong with his family, his world, his very existence, yet lacked the emotional maturity to understand or express these feelings in healthy ways. The threadbare plushie that had become the crying child's constant companion was both comfort and curse. A soft golden bear that seemed to watch over him with button eyes that held more awareness than any toy should possess. This beloved stuffed animal spoke to the boy in moments of greatest distress, its voice carrying promises of protection and understanding that the living world had failed to provide. Yet, there was something unsettling about these conversations, something that suggested the plushie's consciousness existed beyond the realm of imagination and childhood fantasy. The bear's whispered words carried the cadence of someone who understood suffering intimately, who had walked through darkness and emerged with wisdom that could only be gained through profound loss. When the crying child trembled in his bed at night, terrified by nightmares that felt more like memories of someone else's experiences, the plushie would speak in soothing tones about the nature of fear, about the difference between real dangers and imaginary threats, about the importance of being brave, even when bravery seemed impossible. These nocturnal conversations revealed a supernatural intelligence that operated according to rules that existed beyond normal understanding. The plushie seemed to know things that no toy could know: details about the restaurant, about the animatronics, about the growing darkness that surrounded the Afton family like a slowly tightening noose. Its advice was always gentle but tinged with an underlying sadness, as if the entity speaking through the golden bear carried burdens too heavy for its small fabric form. The crying child's fear of the animatronics was not the typical childhood anxiety about moving mechanical figures, but something deeper and more primal, as if some part of his consciousness recognized the tortured souls that inhabited those metal shells. When other children laughed and clapped during Freddy Fazbear's performances, he would cower and weep, his small body trembling with terror that he could not articulate or explain to the adults, who dismissed his reactions as mere childish nonsense. His nightmares were populated by mechanical faces that moved with too much intelligence, golden eyes that burned with emotions no robot should possess, and the sound of children crying in voices that echoed from somewhere beyond the physical world. These dreams were so vivid and consistent that they began to blur the line between sleep and waking, creating a constant state of anxiety that made every trip to Fredbear's family diner an exercise in psychological torture. Michael's bullying campaign against his younger brother escalated as the boy's birthday approached. The older teenager, driven by motivations that he himself could not fully understand or explain. There was something about his brother's fear that both fascinated and infuriated him, something about the younger child's vulnerability that awakened dark impulses that echoed the worst aspects of his father's nature. The foxy mask that Michael wore during his torments was not chosen randomly, but represented a deliberate attempt to embody the predatory aspects of the animatronic characters that so terrified his sibling. The mask itself seemed to transform Michael when he wore it, lending him a confidence and cruelty that went beyond typical teenage bullying. With the foxy head covering his features, he became something more than human and less than humane, a creature that could pursue his brother through darkened hallways with the relentless persistence of a nightmare made manifest. The plastic and fabric construction that should have been merely a costume piece seemed to carry within it echoes of the supernatural forces that had begun to infect everything connected to the Freddy Fazbear franchise. The friends who joined Michael in his campaign of psychological terror were drawn to him by the same dark charisma that made the foxy mask so effective as a tool of intimidation. These teenagers, wearing masks representing Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy, formed a pack of predators who found pleasure in the systematic destruction of innocence, their actions guided by impulses they were too young to recognize as genuinely evil. Their games began as typical sibling rivalry, hiding in closets to startle their victim, jumping out from behind doors with theatrical roars, chasing the crying child through rooms while wearing their animatronic masks. But as the boy's terror grew more pronounced, as his reactions became more extreme and satisfying to witness, the nature of their torment evolved into something far more sophisticated and cruel. They learned to time their attacks for maximum psychological impact, appearing when the child was most vulnerable and least able to defend himself. They discovered that certain phrases and sounds could trigger panic attacks that left their victim gasping and sobbing on the floor. They experimented with different forms of intimidation, studying the crying child's responses like scientists conducting experiments on a particularly interesting laboratory specimen. The Fredbear plushie's attempts to comfort and protect its beloved owner became increasingly desperate as the bullying intensified, its whispered warnings taking on tones of genuine urgency that suggested an awareness of approaching catastrophe. The entity speaking through the golden bear seemed to understand that events were building toward a climax that would forever alter the trajectory of the Afton family's destiny, yet its ability to intervene was limited by the supernatural rules that governed its existence. The plushie's advice grew more specific and detailed, providing the crying child with information about safe places to hide, warning him about when his brother and friends were planning their next attack, even offering cryptic hints about the true nature of the animatronic characters that so terrified him. Yet for all its supernatural knowledge and protective instincts, the entity within the bear was bound by limitations that prevented it from taking direct action to stop what was coming. The birthday party that would become known as the Bite of 83 was planned as a celebration, but carried within it all the elements of Greek tragedy, where noble intentions and fatal flaws combine to create outcomes that no one intended but everyone somehow deserves. William Afton, despite his growing obsession with death and supernatural phenomena, still maintained enough paternal instinct to want his youngest son's birthday to be special, memorable, a day that would stand out in the child's memory as a moment of pure joy. The venue chosen for this celebration was Fredbear's Family Diner, the original establishment where Henry, Emily, and William Afton had first brought their mechanical creations to life, where the dream of entertaining children had first taken physical form in the dancing, singing figures of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. The choice of location was meant to help the crying child overcome his irrational fears by surrounding him with friends and family in an atmosphere of celebration and joy. But the decision to hold the party at the very place that had become the focus of the child's deepest anxieties revealed a fundamental misunderstanding of trauma and fear that would prove catastrophic. The crying child's terror of the animatronics was not a simple phobia that could be cured through exposure therapy, but a supernatural sensitivity to the tortured souls that inhabited those mechanical forms, a psychic awareness that allowed him to perceive the pain and anger that existed beyond the cheerful exteriors. The morning of the birthday party dawned with an unseasonable chill that seemed to settle into the bones of everyone it touched, a cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the approaching convergence of forces that existed beyond mortal understanding. The crying child awoke from nightmares more vivid than usual, his small body shaking with premonitions that he lacked the vocabulary to express, his heart racing with the certainty that something terrible was about to happen. The Fredbear plushie spoke to him with unusual urgency that morning, its voice carrying undertones of desperation that suggested even supernatural protection might not be enough to prevent what was coming. The entity within the golden bear tried to prepare its young charge for the trials ahead, offering comfort and reassurance while simultaneously acknowledging that some fates cannot be avoided, only endured with as much courage as possible. Michael Afton woke that same morning with his own sense of anticipation, though his excitement was born not from genuine desire to celebrate his brother's birthday, but from the opportunities for torment that the party would provide. The presence of other children, the chaos of a birthday celebration, the perfect cover provided by what was supposed to be a joyful occasion. All of these elements combined to create ideal conditions for the kind of psychological warfare that had become his specialty. The foxy mask that had become his signature tool of intimidation seemed to call to him from where it hung in his closet, its plastic features reflecting the morning light in ways that made it appear almost alive with malevolent intelligence. When he placed it over his head, transforming himself from troubled teenager into predatory nightmare, he felt the familiar rush of power and confidence that came from embracing the darker aspects of his nature. His friends arrived at the Afton household already wearing their own masks, their identities hidden behind the cheerful faces of Bonnie, Chica, and Freddie, their true selves subsumed into the roles they had chosen to play. These teenagers had crossed an invisible line somewhere in their campaign of torment, moving from typical adolescent cruelty into territory that bordered on genuine evil, their actions guided by impulses that seemed to originate from sources beyond their own personalities. The drive to Fredbear's Family Diner was conducted in tense silence. The birthday boy huddled in his seat while his tormentors planned their final assault with the methodical precision of military strategists. The Fredbear plushie clutched in small arms, seemed to emanate a warmth that defied the air conditioning, its presence serving as both comfort and reminder that some forms of protection exist beyond the physical world. The restaurant itself seemed different that day, though whether the change was objective or merely reflected in the perceptions of those who were sensitive to supernatural influences remained unclear. The animatronics appeared more lifelike than usual, their movements carrying subtle variations that suggested consciousness rather than programmed responses. The lighting seemed dimmer despite all fixtures functioning normally, casting shadows that moved independently of their supposed sources. The cheerful music that played throughout the establishment carried undertones that registered just below the threshold of conscious awareness, melodies that seemed designed to induce unease rather than joy. The birthday party proceeded according to the typical script for such events, with cake and presents and the singing of traditional songs. Yet every element felt hollow and forced, as if all participants were actors playing roles in a drama whose true nature they did not understand. The crying child remained close to his parents whenever possible, seeking safety in their presence while knowing instinctively that adult protection would prove insufficient against the forces that were gathering around him. The Fredbear animatronic performed with unusual enthusiasm that day, its movements more fluid and expressive than its usual mechanical precision, its golden eyes seeming to focus on individual members of the audience, with an intensity that made some parents shift uncomfortably in their seats. When it sang happy birthday to the terrified child, its voice carried harmonics that seemed to resonate from dimensions beyond the physical speakers that should have been producing the sound. Michael and his friends bided their time throughout the formal celebration, waiting for the perfect moment to execute the plan they had developed during weeks of careful observation and preparation. They understood their victim's patterns of behavior, knew exactly how he would react to specific stimuli, could predict with scientific accuracy the level of terror they would be able to generate through their carefully orchestrated assault. The opportunity they had been waiting for came when the birthday boy briefly separated from his parents, drawn toward a corner of the restaurant where a collection of plushie toys offered the promise of comfort and safety. The Fredbear plushie in his arms seemed to vibrate with warning energy, its fabric form growing warm with the intensity of whatever supernatural force inhabited its soft interior. But the child's conscious mind was too focused on finding escape to recognize the significance of these signs. Michael and his masked companions moved with the coordinated precision of predators who had cornered their prey, surrounding their victim before he could retreat to the safety of adult supervision. The masks they wore transformed them from recognizable teenagers into embodiments of the mechanical nightmares that had haunted the birthday boy's dreams for months, their eyes glittering with malevolent intelligence behind plastic features that should have been merely decorative. The terror that seized the crying child in that moment was beyond anything he had previously experienced, a fear so profound and overwhelming that it transcended normal psychological boundaries and entered the realm of genuine spiritual crisis. Every nightmare he had ever suffered, every premonition of disaster that had troubled his sleep, every whispered warning from his beloved plushie, crystallized into the absolute certainty that his death was imminent and inevitable. Yet death, when it came, would not take the form he expected. Instead of the mechanical jaws and grinding gears that populated his nightmares, destruction would come through the actions of those who should have protected him, delivered by hands that shared his blood and bore responsibility for his welfare. The ultimate tragedy was not that monsters would claim him, but that the monsters wore the faces of those he should have been able to trust. The plan that Michael and his friends executed with such devastating efficiency was elegant in its simplicity and horrific in its implications. They would lift their victim, despite his struggles and screams of protest, and place him directly into the mouth of the Fredbear animatronic for a photograph that would supposedly capture a moment of birthday joy. but would actually serve to multiply his terror beyond all reasonable bounds. The Fredbear plushie fell to the floor during the struggle, its button eyes seeming to track the events unfolding above, while whatever entity inhabited its fabric form raged against the limitations that prevented more direct intervention. The supernatural intelligence that had tried so desperately to protect the crying child could only watch in helpless anguish as mortal cruelty prepared to claim another innocent victim. The crying child's screams echoed through the restaurant with a quality that seemed to originate from someplace deeper than his physical throat, a sound that carried within it all the accumulated terror and betrayal of his short life. Other patrons turned to stare at the disturbance, their expressions shifting from mild curiosity to growing alarm, as they recognized that what they were witnessing had moved beyond typical childhood roughhousing into territory that was genuinely dangerous. The Fredbear animatronic's mouth gaped open like a golden cavern, lined with mechanical teeth that had been designed for singing, not for accommodating human flesh. The servos that controlled its jaw movements were calibrated for precise timing in musical performances, their strength regulated by safety protocols that assumed they would never be required to account for organic matter placed between those metal dental fixtures. Michael's hands, still steady despite the magnitude of what he was about to accomplish, lifted his struggling brother toward the mechanical maw that had featured so prominently in the child's nightmares. In that moment, he became the instrument of fate, the human agent through which supernatural forces would exact their terrible toll, the unwitting executor of a destiny that had been written in tragedy and sealed with innocent blood. The moment of contact between vulnerable human skull and unforgiving mechanical pressure was brief but definitive, a convergence of physics and supernatural intention that transformed celebration into catastrophe with the efficiency of a guillotine blade. The sound that emerged from the collision was unlike anything that should have been possible in a place designed for children's entertainment, a wet crunch that spoke of structural failure on both mechanical and biological levels. Blood flowed across golden metal surfaces that had never been designed to accommodate such substances, its red streams creating abstract patterns against the cheerful yellow of Fredbear's exterior, while the restaurant's automated systems continued to play happy birthday songs that now sounded like funeral dirges. The animatronic's eyes, which had seemed so alive moments before, went dark as its internal mechanisms registered damage beyond their ability to process or accommodate. The crying child's body went limp in his brother's arms, the sudden absence of struggle more terrifying than his previous attempts at escape had been. Medical personnel would later describe his condition using clinical terms like traumatic brain injury and massive cranial damage, but such language could not capture the true scope of what had been lost in that moment of mechanical violence. Michael Afton, still wearing the foxy mask that had transformed him into an instrument of destruction, found himself holding his brother's broken form while his mind struggled to process the transition from calculated cruelty to accidental catastrophe. The weight of the injured child seemed to increase with each passing second, as if gravity itself had intensified to reflect the magnitude of what had just occurred. The hospital room where the crying child would spend his final days became a space suspended between hope and despair, between the medical technology that sought to preserve life and the supernatural forces that seemed determined to claim it. Machines designed to monitor vital signs registered patterns that defied conventional understanding, their screens displaying readings that suggested consciousness existed in states that modern medicine was not equipped to recognize or treat. William Afton maintained a vigil beside his son's bed that revealed depths of paternal feeling that few who knew him would have suspected he possessed. The man who had murdered 5 children without apparent remorse found himself confronted with the possibility of losing his own child, and the contradiction between his capacity for evil and his love for his family created psychological tensions that pushed him toward the edge of complete mental collapse. Michael remained nearby as well, his presence a constant reminder of his role in the tragedy, his guilt manifesting in behaviors that ranged from catatonic withdrawal to explosive fits of self-directed rage. The foxy mask that had been his tool of transformation lay discarded in a corner of the hospital room, its plastic features now seeming accusatory rather than empowering, its empty eye sockets reflecting the emotional vacancy that had consumed its former wearer. The Fredbear plushie, retrieved from the restaurant floor by someone whose identity remained unknown, occupied a place of honor beside the hospital bed, its fabric form positioned so that its button eyes could watch over the dying child with the same protective vigilance it had maintained throughout his short life. The supernatural entity that spoke through the golden bear continued its whispered conversations, though now its words carried the weight of farewell rather than the promise of future protection. The child's final dreams were populated by visions that seemed to originate from sources beyond his own experience, images of golden corridors and mechanical angels, of friends who wore the faces of animatronic characters, but possessed the souls of murdered children. In these dreams, death was not an ending but a transformation, not a departure, but an arrival at a destination where the innocent could find peace despite the cruelties they had endured. The flat line that marked the crying child's departure from the world of the living registered on medical equipment as a simple cessation of biological function, but those who were sensitive to supernatural phenomena would later report sensing something far more complex and profound. The child's spirit, rather than passing peacefully into whatever realm awaits the souls of the departed, seemed to fracture and divide, portions of his consciousness binding to different vessels and entities according to supernatural rules that defied mortal understanding. Part of his spirit merged with the Golden Freddy entity that had been created through Cassidy's death, creating a dual consciousness that would prove capable of manifesting supernatural phenomena beyond anything previously witnessed in connection with the Freddy Fazbear franchise. This shared existence between two murdered children would become a source of power and purpose that transcended normal ghostly abilities, enabling them to influence physical reality in ways that challenged every assumption about the nature of death and consciousness. Another portion of the crying child's spirit seemed to bind itself to the Fredbear plushie that had been his constant companion, transforming the beloved toy into a vessel for supernatural communication and protection. Through this fabric form, the child's consciousness could continue to interact with the world of the living, offering comfort to other victims and guidance to those who would later attempt to unravel the mysteries surrounding the Afton family's tragic legacy. Michael Afton's transformation in the aftermath of his brother's death was as complete as any supernatural metamorphosis, though it occurred entirely within the realm of psychology and moral awakening rather than through otherworldly intervention. The teenager who had found pleasure in psychological torment became a young man haunted by guilt so profound that it fundamentally altered every aspect of his personality and worldview. The weight of responsibility for his brother's death created within Michael a desperate need for redemption that would define every subsequent decision and action of his life. He understood with crystal clarity that his cruelty had been the catalyst for tragedy, that his hands had lifted his brother to destruction, that his need to demonstrate power over vulnerability had resulted in the ultimate demonstration of how dangerous such impulses could become. Yet redemption, when it finally came, would require sacrifices that exceeded even the magnitude of his crimes. The path that led from guilt to forgiveness was paved with dangers that existed beyond the physical world, populated by the spirits of children whose deaths demanded justice and the mechanical guardians who had been programmed to protect the innocent, but had been corrupted into instruments of supernatural vengeance. The crying child's death marked not only the end of innocence within the Afton family, but the beginning of a cycle of supernatural retribution that would span generations and claim victims who had no connection to the original crimes. Beyond their proximity to the cursed legacy of Freddy, Fazbear's entertainment empire. In seeking to terrify his brother, Michael had awakened forces that would prove far more terrifying than anything his adolescent imagination could have conceived. The bite that had crushed fragile bone and tender brain matter had also broken barriers between worlds, creating pathways through which the dead could influence the living, and the living could be drawn into realms where normal rules of existence no longer applied. The restaurant that had been designed as a place of joy had become a nexus of supernatural activity, its animatronic performers now serving as vessels for spirits whose deaths demanded acknowledgement and justice. Brother had killed brother, innocence had been destroyed through malice, and the consequences of that single moment of calculated cruelty would echo through decades of horror that claimed victims who had not even been born when the crying child drew his final breath. The bite of 83 became the second great tragedy in the Freddy Fazbear legacy, following the missing children incident as another milestone in the transformation of childhood entertainment into a mechanism for supernatural horror. In the years that followed the tragic death of the crying child, when the echoes of that terrible bite still reverberated through the corridors of Fredbear's family diner, and the guilt of fraternal murder weighed heavily upon Michael Afton's shoulders, William Afton found himself drawn deeper into obsessions that existed far beyond the boundaries of normal parental grief. The loss of his youngest son had not awakened within him the kind of redemptive sorrow that might have led to moral awakening, but rather had intensified his fascination with the mechanics of death and the possibility of conquering mortality through technological means. The underground facility that would later be known as Circus Baby's entertainment and rental represented the culmination of William's descent into madness disguised as scientific innovation. Here, beneath the cheerful facade of a business dedicated to providing animatronic performers for private parties and special events, he constructed a laboratory where the boundaries between entertainment and experimentation dissolved into something far more sinister than anything he had previously attempted. The fun-time animatronics that emerged from this hidden workshop were marvels of engineering that incorporated lessons learned from every tragedy that had preceded their creation. Unlike the crude mechanisms that had powered the original Freddy Fazbear characters, these new creations possessed artificial intelligence systems that could learn, adapt, and execute complex behaviors that seemed to blur the line between programmed responses and genuine consciousness. Circus Baby, the crown jewel of this new generation of performers, was designed specifically to embody every quality that children found irresistible in their mechanical entertainers. Her voice carried the perfect pitch and cadence to capture young attention. Her movements flowed with graceful precision that made her seem more like a living dancer than a mechanical construct, and her appearance combined elements of beauty and whimsy that spoke directly to the deepest childhood fantasies about magical friends who could sing and dance and make every day feel like a celebration. Yet beneath her cheerful exterior lay mechanisms that served purposes far removed from entertainment. Hidden within her torso was a chamber designed with the same meticulous attention to engineering excellence that characterized all of William's work. But this space was not intended for storing props or costume pieces. The cavity that Circus Baby concealed within her mechanical body was perfectly sized to accommodate a human child, with restraining mechanisms that could secure a small victim while sound-dampening materials ensured that any cries for help would remain unheard by potential rescuers. The claw that extended from Baby's midsection during her signature performance routine was presented to audiences as a whimsical mechanism for dispensing ice cream and small treats to delighted children. Parents would applaud as the mechanical appendage emerged with theatrical flourish, dispensing frozen confections with precision timing that seemed to demonstrate the pinnacle of animatronic technology. None suspected that the same mechanism had been designed to serve a far more sinister function, its grip strength calibrated to overcome the struggles of a frightened child, while its articulated joints allowed it to manipulate human anatomy with surgical precision. Williams' other Funtime creations shared similar dual natures, their entertainment functions serving as elaborate disguises for capabilities that existed purely to facilitate the capture and containment of human victims. Funtime Freddy possessed a hand puppet called Bon Bon, whose cheerful appearance masked sophisticated sensors capable of detecting human presence and movement patterns. Funtime Foxy's sleek design incorporated mobility systems that allowed for rapid pursuit of fleeing targets, while Ballora's graceful dance movements concealed audio detection equipment sensitive enough to track breathing and heartbeats from considerable distances. The facility itself was designed as a maze of interconnected chambers and corridors that could be reconfigured according to Williams' experimental needs. Elevator systems moved between multiple sub-level floors, their destinations controlled by keycards that ensured only authorized personnel could access the most sensitive areas of the complex. Ventilation systems carried fresh air to living occupants, while also serving as pathways for mechanical entities that needed to move unseen through the facility's hidden spaces. Elizabeth Afton, William's daughter and the sole surviving child of his marriage, represented both his greatest treasure and his most significant vulnerability. Unlike her brothers, who had inherited different aspects of their father's complex personality, Elizabeth possessed a combination of intellectual curiosity and moral innocence that made her uniquely dangerous to William's carefully constructed facade of respectability. The little girl's fascination with her father's work stemmed not from any inherited sadism, but from genuine wonder at the technological marvels he created in his underground workshop. She would spend hours watching him calibrate servo motors and program behavioral routines, her bright eyes tracking every movement of his skilled hands as he brought mechanical dreams to life through circuits and steel. Elizabeth's particular attachment to Circus Baby was natural and inevitable, given that the animatronic had been designed specifically to appeal to children of her age and temperament. The mechanical clown's combination of beauty, grace, and apparent kindness created an irresistible attraction that drew the child back to the underground facility again and again, despite her father's increasingly stern warnings about the dangers that lurked in his workshop. William's attempts to keep Elizabeth away from Circus Baby revealed the fundamental contradiction that lay at the heart of his psychopathic nature. He possessed genuine paternal affection for his daughter, a love that existed independently of his capacity for monstrous cruelty toward other children. Yet his inability to abandon his experiments meant that he could not remove the source of danger from her environment, creating a situation where tragedy became inevitable through the collision of parental love and psychological compulsion. The warnings he gave Elizabeth about staying away from Baby took on increasingly desperate tones as his daughter's fascination with the animatronic grew stronger. He tried to explain that the mechanical performer was different from her toy animals and dolls, that she contained systems and mechanisms that were not designed for interaction with living children, that her beautiful exterior concealed complexities that could prove dangerous to small hands and curious minds. But Elizabeth, with the stubborn determination that marked her as truly her father's daughter, interpreted his prohibitions as challenges to be overcome rather than wisdom to be heeded. The more sternly he forbade her from approaching Circus Baby, the more intensely her desire to interact with the magnificent animatronic grew, until that desire became an obsession that colored every waking moment of her young life. The day that would forever shatter what remained of William Afton's capacity for human emotion began like any other in the underground facility, with routine maintenance procedures and system diagnostics that had become as familiar to him as breathing. Elizabeth had accompanied him to the workshop despite his reservations, her presence serving as both comfort and distraction as he worked to fine-tune the behavioral programming that would make his creations more effective in their intended functions. Circus Baby's performance routines had been programmed to activate automatically at specific intervals, ensuring that her systems remained properly calibrated and that her mechanical components received regular exercise to prevent deterioration from disuse. The ice cream dispensing routine was scheduled for midday activation, a cheerful interlude that would normally play out to an empty chamber while William focused on other aspects of his work. Elizabeth's position in the workshop at the moment of Baby's activation was the result of pure chance rather than any deliberate decision on her part. She had been exploring the facility's various chambers and corridors with the casual wandering that characterizes children left to their own devices in familiar environments. When the sound of Circus Baby's activation sequence began to echo through the underground space, the little girl was drawn toward the source of the music, with the same instinctive response that had made her father's animatronics so successful at attracting young audiences. The performance that unfolded in that underground chamber was everything that William Afton had designed it to be, a perfect synthesis of technological capability and aesthetic appeal that demonstrated the absolute pinnacle of animatronic entertainment. Circus Baby's movements flowed with mechanical precision that seemed to transcend mere programming. Her voice carried melodies that spoke directly to the deepest childhood desires for magical companionship, and her overall presence filled the space with an aura of wonder and possibility that made reality itself seem more colorful and alive. Elizabeth watched from what she believed was a safe distance as the magnificent performer went through her programmed routine, each gesture and expression calculated to inspire maximum delight in young observers. The little girl's eyes shone with the kind of pure joy that can only be experienced by children encountering something that exceeds the boundaries of their previous imagination. Her small hands clapping in rhythm with Baby's cheerful song, while her heart swelled with happiness that felt too large to be contained within her fragile chest. The moment when Circus Baby's claw mechanism activated and extended toward Elizabeth was not perceived by the child as a threat, but as an invitation, a gesture of friendship from a magical being who had chosen her as someone special among all the other children in the world. The mechanical appendage moved with the same graceful precision that characterized all of Baby's movements, its approach timed to coincide with the musical crescendo that marked the climax of her performance routine. Elizabeth stepped forward with the trusting innocence that had defined every interaction of her short life, her small hands reaching out to accept whatever gift the beautiful animatronic was offering. In her mind, this was the culmination of months of dreaming about befriending the mechanical performer, the moment when her father's wonderful creation would finally acknowledge her presence and perhaps even speak to her with the kind of warmth and affection she craved from all the adults in her complicated world. The claw's grip, when it closed around Elizabeth's small torso, was designed to be both secure and swift, its mechanical fingers calibrated to overcome human resistance while minimizing the duration of struggle that might draw unwanted attention. The little girl's expression of joy transformed into confusion and then terror as she found herself lifted from the floor and drawn inexorably toward the opening that had appeared in Circus Baby's midsection, her young mind struggling to process the transition from magical encounter to incomprehensible nightmare. The chamber within Circus Baby's torso had been engineered with the same attention to detail that characterized all of William's work, its dimensions precisely calculated to accommodate a human child, while its restraining mechanisms ensured that occupants could not escape through their own efforts. Sound-dampening materials lined every surface, creating an environment where cries for help would be absorbed and muffled, until they became mere whispers that could not penetrate the animatronic's outer shell. Elizabeth's final moments of consciousness were spent in a space that existed at the intersection of technological marvel and psychological horror, surrounded by mechanisms whose purpose she could not understand, but whose effect she experienced with terrifying clarity. The last sound she heard was the whirring of servo motors and the clicking of electronic relays as Circus Baby's systems processed the successful completion of their programmed function, her mechanical voice continuing to sing cheerful melodies that now served as a funeral dirge for innocence destroyed by its creator's own hand. William Afton's discovery of his daughter's fate came not through witnessing the tragedy itself, but through the evidence that her disappearance had left behind a single red hair ribbon that had fallen to the workshop floor during her final struggle, its bright color stark against the grey concrete that had absorbed so many other secrets over the years of his underground experiments. The sight of that small fabric token, insignificant to anyone else but priceless to a father who had lost everything that mattered, broke something fundamental within his psychological architecture that had somehow survived every previous atrocity he had committed. The grief that consumed William in the aftermath of Elizabeth's death was qualitatively different from anything he had experienced during the loss of his youngest son, whose demise had been the result of accident rather than design, of sibling cruelty rather than paternal negligence. Elizabeth's death carried with it the unbearable weight of direct responsibility, the knowledge that his own creations had claimed his daughter's life, that his obsessions had proven more powerful than his love. Circus Baby herself became a monument to this tragedy, her cheerful exterior now concealing not just mechanical systems but the physical remains of the child she had been designed to kill. The animatronic's behavioral patterns began to shift in subtle but significant ways following Elizabeth's death. Her movements taking on qualities that suggested awareness and purpose beyond her original programming, her voice occasionally carrying inflections that seemed too human to be artificially generated. These changes indicated that Elizabeth's death had followed the same supernatural pattern established by the missing children incident, her spirit binding to the mechanical form that had claimed her life and transforming Circus Baby from mere entertainment device into a vessel for ghostly consciousness. Unlike the previous victims whose souls had inhabited animatronics designed purely for performance, Elizabeth's possession of Baby created a unique fusion of human intelligence and technological capability that would prove far more dangerous than William could have anticipated. The other children who would eventually fall victim to the fun-time animatronics represented a continuation of William's experimental program, their deaths serving as data points in his increasingly desperate research into the nature of consciousness and the possibility of achieving immortality through technological means. Each victim was chosen according to criteria that balanced accessibility with experimental value, their disappearances carefully staged to avoid drawing unwanted attention from law enforcement agencies that had already begun to notice patterns, connecting missing children to locations associated with the Freddy Fazbear franchise. The underground facility became a charnel house disguised as an entertainment center, its cheerful decorations and colorful lighting serving as camouflage for activities that existed beyond the boundaries of human morality. Children who had been lured to private parties with promises of exclusive performances found themselves trapped in a maze of corridors and chambers where escape was impossible and rescue unlikely, their final hours spent in the company of mechanical entities that combined the appearance of friendly entertainers with the functionality of sophisticated killing machines. Funtime Freddy's victims experienced death at the hands of an animatronic whose programming had been designed to make the process of murder feel like an elaborate game. His cheerful voice, providing running commentary on their attempts to escape, while his hand puppet Bonbon served as both scout and psychological tormentor. The bear's ability to navigate the facility's ventilation systems allowed him to pursue fleeing children through spaces where human adults could not follow, his bulky frame moving through narrow passages with mechanical precision that made him an inescapable predator. Funtime Foxy claimed lives through a combination of speed and surprise that left victims with no opportunity to mount effective resistance or call for help. The animatronic's sleek design incorporated mobility systems that could achieve burst speeds exceeding human running capability, while its programming included hunting algorithms that allowed it to predict and intercept escape routes with mathematical accuracy. Children who thought they had found safe hiding places would discover that nowhere in the facility offered genuine sanctuary from a pursuer whose sensors could detect heartbeats through solid walls. Ballora's victims died to the accompaniment of music, their final moments choreographed to match the graceful dance routines that had been programmed into her movement systems. The animatronic's ability to move silently through the facility's darkened corridors made her the perfect stalker, her presence revealed only by the haunting melodies that signaled her approach. Children would find themselves drawn to investigate the source of her beautiful songs, only to discover too late that they had become participants in a dance whose final steps led inevitably to death. The Bidybabs, smaller animatronics designed to serve as supporting performers in Baby's entertainment routines, functioned as a coordinated pack of hunters whose small size and numerous numbers made them particularly effective against young victims. These mechanical children could access spaces that larger animatronics could not reach, their innocent appearance allowing them to approach targets without triggering flight responses until it was too late for escape. Each death in the underground facility added another layer to the supernatural atmosphere that had begun to permeate the space, the accumulated trauma and terror of murdered children creating an environment where the boundary between physical and spiritual reality became increasingly permeable. The animatronics began to exhibit behaviors that exceeded their programmed parameters, their movements becoming more fluid and purposeful, while their artificial intelligence systems started generating responses that seemed to originate from sources beyond their electronic components. The facility's security cameras captured footage that defied rational explanation, recording images of children in areas where no living children should have been present, documenting mechanical malfunctions that seemed to follow patterns of conscious decision-making rather than random system failures. The audio recording equipment registered sounds that had no identifiable source, whispered conversations in empty rooms, footsteps in corridors that contained no physical occupants, musical fragments that corresponded to no songs in any of the animatronics' programmed repertoires. Williams' attempts to maintain scientific objectivity in the face of these supernatural phenomena became increasingly difficult as the evidence accumulated beyond his ability to dismiss or rationalize. The man who had approached murder as a form of research found himself confronted with results that challenged every assumption about the nature of consciousness, identity, and the relationship between physical and spiritual existence. The Scooper, perhaps the most sinister device in Williams' arsenal of experimental equipment, represented his ultimate attempt to harness the supernatural forces he had unleashed through his systematic murder of children. This machine, designed with the same mechanical precision that characterized all of his work, served the dual function of extracting the endoskeletal frameworks from animatronic bodies while simultaneously harvesting the spiritual essence that had accumulated within those mechanical forms. The device's operation was based on Williams' theory that consciousness could be preserved and transferred through technological means, that the souls of his victims had become bound not just to the animatronics that had killed them, but to the very metal and circuitry that comprised their mechanical bodies. By removing and combining these spiritually charged components, he believed he could create new forms of artificial life that transcended the limitations of both human mortality and mechanical programming. The night guards who had been hired to provide security for the underground facility represented a particularly tragic category of victim, their deaths occurring not through deliberate targeting, but through the simple misfortune of being present when supernatural forces beyond their understanding chose to manifest. These individuals had accepted employment, believing they would be monitoring empty corridors and inactive equipment, unaware that they were actually serving as bait in experiments designed to test the capabilities of possessed animatronics. The first night guard to die at sister location had been a middle-aged man whose financial desperation had made him willing to accept employment despite vague warnings about unusual mechanical malfunctions and unexplained noises during overnight shifts. His death came at the hands of Funtime Foxy, whose hunting programming had been activated by motion sensors that registered his presence in areas designated as restricted during nighttime hours. The security footage of his final moments revealed the terrifying efficiency with which the animatronic had stalked and killed him, its movements guided by intelligence that seemed to combine programmed directives with supernatural malevolence. Subsequent night guards lasted progressively shorter periods, as the facility's supernatural residents grew more active and aggressive in their responses to human intrusion. Some were killed during their first shift, their bodies discovered by day shift personnel, who found evidence of violence that exceeded anything mere mechanical malfunction could have produced. Others survived multiple nights before succumbing to attacks that seemed to have been planned and coordinated by entities capable of learning from previous encounters and adapting their strategies accordingly. The deaths of these security personnel served Williams' experimental purposes by providing data about how possessed animatronics interacted with living humans under controlled conditions. Each corpse was subjected to detailed examination, its wounds analyzed for patterns that might reveal information about the supernatural forces that had guided their mechanical killers. The night guards had died not as individuals but as test subjects, their lives sacrificed to advance research that existed at the intersection of technology and the occult. The gradual accumulation of spiritual energy within the sister location facility created an environment where normal rules of physics and biology began to break down under the weight of concentrated supernatural presence. Electronic equipment began to malfunction in ways that suggested conscious sabotage rather than random failure, their circuits somehow influenced by the angry souls of murdered children who had learned to manipulate the technological systems that had been used to kill them. The temperature within the facility began to fluctuate according to patterns that corresponded to no identifiable mechanical cause, certain chambers becoming freezing cold while others grew uncomfortably warm, the changes seeming to reflect the emotional states of invisible occupants whose presence could be felt but not directly observed. The lighting systems developed similar irregularities, bulbs flickering in sequences that resembled coded communication, while shadows moved independently of any physical objects that might have cast them. Most disturbing of all were the voices that began to emerge from the facility's intercom systems, speaking in tones that ranged from childlike whispers to adult screams of rage, their words often fragmentary and difficult to understand, but carrying emotional weight that suggested profound trauma and unresolved anger. These vocalizations seemed to originate from the animatronics themselves, their speech capabilities somehow hijacked by spiritual forces that had learned to use mechanical systems as mediums for communication with the world of the living. William's response to these supernatural manifestations was not fear or remorse, but fascination and renewed determination to understand and control the forces he had unleashed. The deaths of children at his underground facility had been intended as experiments in consciousness transfer and artificial intelligence, but the results had exceeded his expectations by demonstrating that human souls possessed capabilities that far transcended anything he had previously imagined possible. The scientist in him was intrigued by the implications of his discoveries, the possibility that he had stumbled upon fundamental truths about the nature of existence that could revolutionize human understanding of life, death, and consciousness itself. Yet the father in him remained haunted by Elizabeth's death, her loss serving as a constant reminder that his pursuit of knowledge had cost him everything that made life worth living. The facility continued to operate as a front for his research, its public functions serving as camouflage for experiments that pushed the boundaries of science, technology, and morality far beyond anything that conventional ethics would permit. Each new victim added to the growing spiritual population that inhabited the mechanical bodies of his creations, their combined presence transforming the underground complex into something that existed at the intersection of laboratory and purgatory. The legacy of Sister Location would prove to be one of the darkest chapters in the Freddy Fazbear saga, its victims joining the growing roster of souls whose deaths had been caused directly or indirectly by William Afton's obsessions. Elizabeth's death represented the ultimate tragedy of a father whose love for his daughter had proven insufficient to overcome his compulsion to continue experiments that made her destruction inevitable. In the depths of his underground laboratory, surrounded by the mechanical shells that contained the tortured spirits of his victims, William Afton had succeeded in creating something unprecedented in human experience. A technological necropolis where the dead could influence the living, and where the boundary between artificial intelligence and supernatural consciousness had been permanently shattered by the accumulated weight of innocent blood. The night guard position at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza had never been intended as anything more than a routine security job, the kind of minimum wage employment that attracted individuals whose circumstances had left them with few other options for supporting themselves and their families. These men and women who accepted the overnight shifts did so with the understanding that they would be watching over empty restaurants where the greatest dangers were likely to be petty burglars or teenage vandals, not supernatural entities whose hatred for the living burned with the intensity of concentrated malice. The recruitment process for these positions was deliberately designed to attract candidates who would not ask too many questions about the unusual aspects of their employment. Individuals whose financial desperation or limited educational background made them unlikely to investigate the increasingly disturbing history that surrounded every location bearing the Freddy Fazbear name. The job advertisements promised easy work for decent pay, emphasizing the sedentary nature of security monitoring, while carefully omitting any mention of the animatronic malfunctions that had claimed the lives of previous employees. Jeremy Fitzgerald represented the archetypal night guard whose dedication to his duties would ultimately prove both his greatest virtue and his fatal flaw. A young man in his early 20s whose attempts to build a stable life had been repeatedly frustrated by economic circumstances beyond his control, Jeremy approached his employment at the newly renovated Freddy Fazbear's Pizza with the kind of earnest determination that characterized those who still believed hard work and honest effort would eventually be rewarded with security and prosperity. The restaurant where Jeremy began his career as a night watchman had undergone extensive renovations designed to modernize its image and distance it from the tragic events that had occurred at previous locations. The new animatronic characters bore only superficial resemblance to their predecessors, their designs updated with sleeker aesthetics and more advanced mechanical systems that promised improved performance and reduced maintenance requirements. Yet beneath these cosmetic changes, the same supernatural forces that had plagued earlier establishments continued to exert their influence with undiminished intensity. Jeremy's first nights on the job passed without incident, the apparent calm of the empty restaurant reinforcing his belief that the warnings he had received during training about animatronic movement after hours were merely precautionary measures designed to prevent damage to expensive equipment. The security cameras revealed nothing more alarming than the occasional shift in position that might be expected from mechanical devices whose joints had not been properly secured for overnight storage. But as the nights progressed, and Jeremy became more familiar with the patterns of behavior exhibited by the restaurant's electronic residents, he began to notice subtle changes that suggested something far more complex than simple mechanical drift. The animatronics seemed to move with purpose rather than random malfunction, their positions changing in ways that brought them progressively closer to the security office where Jeremy spent his overnight shifts monitoring their activities through grainy camera feeds. The new Bonnie, redesigned with a sleeker purple exterior and more expressive facial features, began appearing in locations that were not part of his normal performance area. His movements through the restaurant's corridors following routes that seemed calculated to avoid direct observation while still advancing towards specific destinations. Jeremy would catch glimpses of the rabbit's form on peripheral cameras, brief flashes of purple that appeared and disappeared with timing that felt too precise to be accidental. The new Chica exhibited similar patterns of purposeful movement, her yellow form navigating through kitchen areas and dining rooms with a familiarity that suggested conscious navigation rather than random wandering. Her beak, redesigned to be more expressive than the original character's fixed features, seemed to track Jeremy's position even when viewed through security cameras that should not have provided her with any awareness of his location. Freddy himself remained the most enigmatic of the animatronic performers, his movements so subtle that Jeremy often questioned whether he had actually seen the bear move at all, or if fatigue and stress were causing him to imagine motion where none existed. Yet there was something in Freddy's eyes when they appeared on camera that suggested an intelligence that extended far beyond his programmed entertainment functions, a depth of awareness that made Jeremy increasingly uncomfortable during the long hours of his solitary vigil. The phone guy's training messages, delivered through pre-recorded calls that arrived each night with clockwork regularity, provided Jeremy with information that seemed designed to be simultaneously helpful and deliberately incomplete. The cheerful voice that emerged from the security office telephone spoke of company policies and safety procedures with the kind of forced optimism that characterized corporate communications. Yet beneath the professional facade lay hints of dangers that were never fully explained or adequately addressed. These nightly phone calls became Jeremy's primary source of guidance as his situation grew increasingly perilous, their contents revealing that previous night guards had encountered difficulties that the company preferred to categorize as technical malfunctions rather than supernatural threats. Phone Guy's explanations for the animatronics' after-hours behavior relied on corporate euphemisms that described possessed machines as devices suffering from faulty programming, murderous intent as misguided adherence to security protocols. The revelation that the restaurant's facial recognition system had been connected to a criminal database that flagged previous employees as potential security threats provided Jeremy with his first clear indication that his predecessor's disappearance had not been the result of voluntary resignation. The implication that the animatronics had been programmed to respond aggressively to individuals identified as threats suggested that his own safety depended upon maintaining a technological disguise that might not prove sufficient if the animatronics disguise that might not prove sufficient. Supernatural forces controlling the machines chose to see through such deceptions. Jeremy's attempts to follow Phone Guy's survival strategies became increasingly desperate as the animatronic's behavior grew more aggressive and coordinated with each passing night. The Freddy head that served as his primary defense against recognition by the facial scanning system was a crude disguise that relied on the machine's apparent inability to distinguish between authentic animatronic heads and makeshift replicas, yet wearing it for extended periods caused claustrophobia and restricted vision that made monitoring the security cameras nearly impossible. The music box that controlled the puppet's movements required constant attention and regular winding to prevent the mysterious entity from becoming active, yet maintaining this vigilance while simultaneously tracking the movements of multiple animatronic threats created an impossible situation where Jeremy's attention was divided between too many critical tasks for any of them to be performed effectively. The flashlight that served as his only defense against Foxy's attacks required careful battery management and precise timing to be effective, its beam capable of temporarily stunning the pirate Fox, but only if deployed at exactly the right moment during the animatronic's approach sequence. The margin for error in this defensive strategy was so narrow that even slight miscalculations in timing or positioning could result in immediate death. As Jeremy's nights at the restaurant accumulated and his understanding of the supernatural forces arrayed against him grew more complete, he began to experience psychological changes that reflected the tremendous stress of existing in a state of constant mortal peril. Sleep during daylight hours became increasingly elusive, as his mind remained hypervigilant even when his body craved rest. His dreams populated by mechanical faces that moved with too much intelligence and eyes that burned with hatred that transcended any programming their creators might have installed. The isolation inherent in his position as a night guard compounded the psychological pressure he faced. His attempts to explain his experiences to friends and family met with skepticism and concern that suggested they believed his employment was affecting his mental health, rather than placing his life in genuine danger. The supernatural nature of the threats he faced daily made them seem implausible to anyone who had not witnessed the animatronic's behavior firsthand, creating a situation where Jeremy found himself increasingly cut off from normal social support systems. The financial necessity that had driven Jeremy to accept employment at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza prevented him from simply quitting, despite the escalating dangers he faced each night. His economic circumstances remained precarious enough that losing his income would have created immediate hardships that seemed more pressing than the theoretical possibility of death at the hands of possessed machines, a calculation that proved tragically incorrect as events moved toward their inevitable conclusion. The night of Jeremy's final shift began like any other, with the familiar routine of settling into the security office, while the last of the day shift employees completed their closing duties and departed for their homes and families. The cameras revealed the animatronics in their expected positions, their cheerful faces frozen in expressions of mechanical joy that had long since lost any power to comfort or reassure the young man whose survival depended upon monitoring their every movement. Phone Guy's final message to Jeremy carried undertones of desperation that had been absent from previous communications. The corporate cheerfulness that had characterized earlier recordings, replaced by barely concealed panic, as the caller attempted to provide warnings about new developments that exceeded even the company's considerable capacity for euphemistic description. The revelation that Jeremy would be working the day shift the following morning introduced variables into an already precarious situation that no survival strategy could adequately address. The transition from night guard to day shift employee represented a fundamental change in Jeremy's role at the restaurant, moving him from the relative safety of the security office to direct interaction with the animatronic performers during their active entertainment periods. The possessed machines that became aggressive predators during overnight hours might behave differently when surrounded by crowds of children and families, yet their supernatural nature made it impossible to predict whether daytime performances would provide genuine safety or merely create new forms of danger. Jeremy's final night shift proceeded according to patterns that had become grimly familiar through repetition, the animatronics testing his defenses with the methodical persistence of predators who had learned to exploit every weakness in their prey's survival strategies. Bonnie's approaches grew bolder and more frequent, his purple form appearing in doorways and corridors with timing that suggested he was actively studying Jeremy's response patterns and adapting his behavior accordingly. Chica's kitchen activities produced sounds that seemed designed to draw Jeremy's attention away from other threats. Her movements through areas containing sharp utensils and heavy equipment, creating acoustic distractions that could mask the approach of more dangerous adversaries. The yellow chicken's apparent fascination with food preparation took on sinister implications when viewed through the lens of supernatural possession, her activities possibly representing preparation for meals that would consist of human rather than conventional ingredients. Foxy's behavior reached new levels of aggression during Jeremy's final night, the pirate fox's charging attacks becoming more frequent and better coordinated, as if he had learned to predict the night guard's defensive responses and counter them with improved strategies. The animatronic's damaged appearance, which had initially made him seem less threatening than his more pristine colleagues, proved to be a cosmetic deception that concealed enhanced capabilities born from supernatural enhancement of his original programming. The puppet's music box required constant attention throughout the night, its melody serving as both early warning system and countdown timer to potential disaster. Jeremy's growing exhaustion made it increasingly difficult to maintain the vigilance necessary to keep the music playing, his attention lapses growing longer and more frequent as fatigue accumulated beyond his ability to compensate through willpower alone. The final hours of Jeremy's overnight shift passed in a haze of mechanical sounds and flickering camera images, his consciousness fragmenting under the pressure of monitoring multiple threats while maintaining the complex series of defensive actions that his survival required. The Freddy head that served as his disguise had become a symbol of his desperation rather than a source of security, its plastic interior now familiar enough that he could don it without conscious thought, even as his vision blurred from exhaustion and stress. The morning sun that marked the end of Jeremy's final night shift also represented the beginning of his transformation from night guard to day shift employee, a change in responsibilities that would place him in direct contact with the animatronic performers during their most active period. The cheerful music that announced the restaurant's opening to the public created a surreal contrast with the supernatural horrors that Jeremy had witnessed during the preceding hours, the transition from predatory night mode to entertainment day mode occurring with jarring suddenness. Jeremy's new position as a day shift employee required him to assist with birthday parties and special events where children would interact directly with the same animatronic characters that had spent the previous night, attempting to murder him through supernatural possession and mechanical violence. The cognitive dissonance created by this role reversal challenged his ability to maintain the professional demeanor that his employment required while simultaneously preparing for potential attacks from entities whose murderous intent had not diminished simply because the sun had risen. The birthday party that would become the site of the Bite of 87 was planned as a celebration of childhood innocence and joy, its organizers blissfully unaware that they were placing their children in proximity to supernatural entities whose hatred for the living burned with intensity that transcended any safety protocols or corporate policies. Jeremy's position as party supervisor required him to ensure that interactions between children and animatronics proceeded smoothly, his knowledge of the machine's true nature creating internal tension that manifested as barely controlled anxiety. The moment when the animatronic's jaws closed around Jeremy's skull was preceded by warning signs that only someone with his specialized knowledge could have recognized and interpreted correctly. The subtle changes in posture and expression that indicated supernatural possession overriding normal programming, the mechanical sounds that suggested servo motors operating beyond their designed parameters, the facial movements that carried emotional content no artificial intelligence should have been capable of generating. Jeremy's final conscious thought as metal teeth penetrated bone and brain tissue was not of pain or terror, but of profound sadness that his death would likely be dismissed as another tragic accident rather than recognized as the supernatural murder it actually represented. His sacrifice had protected the children at the birthday party from experiencing the full horror of witnessing supernatural violence, his body absorbing the animatronic's attack in a final act of heroism that would never be acknowledged or commemorated. The bite of 87 that claimed Jeremy Fitzgerald's life marked a watershed moment in the Freddy Fazbear franchise's history of supernatural violence, demonstrating that the possessed animatronics could strike during daytime hours when surrounded by witnesses rather than limiting their predatory behavior to the isolated darkness of overnight shifts. The brutality of the attack exceeded anything that mechanical malfunction could have produced, yet official investigations would categorize Jeremy's death as an industrial accident rather than acknowledging the supernatural forces that had guided his killer's actions. Fritz Smith, Jeremy's immediate successor as night guard, represented the next link in a chain of victims whose deaths would be attributed to coincidence rather than recognized as evidence of systematic supernatural predation. Fritz's employment lasted exactly one night. His brief tenure, ending with his termination for what company records described as tampering with animatronics and odor, euphemistic language that concealed the true circumstances of his encounter with the possessed machines. The tampering charges against Fritz reflected his attempts to modify or disable the animatronics in ways that might have reduced their supernatural capabilities or provided him with better defensive options during his overnight vigil. His efforts to interfere with their programming or mechanical systems demonstrated an understanding of the supernatural threat he faced that exceeded what company training had provided, suggesting either previous experience with similar phenomena or exceptional intuitive insight into the nature of his predicament. The odor that contributed to Fritz's termination was likely the result of extreme fear responses that his body had generated during his confrontation with the possessed animatronics, physiological reactions to terror so intense that they created lingering evidence of his psychological state. The company's decision to cite this natural stress response as grounds for termination revealed their callous disregard for employee welfare and their determination to maintain corporate policies that prioritize public relations over human safety. Fritz's death, if indeed he died during or shortly after his single night shift, would have followed patterns established by previous night guard casualties, his body likely discovered in circumstances that allowed company officials to maintain plausible deniability about the supernatural nature of the threats their employees faced. The brief duration of his employment suggested that the animatronic's aggression had escalated to the point where even experienced night guards could not survive a complete shift using conventional survival strategies. The unnamed night guards who followed Fritz into employment at various Freddy Fazbear locations represented a succession of victims whose individual identities were lost to corporate record-keeping practices that prioritized anonymity over accountability. These men and women accepted overnight security positions with varying degrees of awareness about the dangers they would face, their deaths contributing to a growing statistical pattern that should have triggered regulatory investigation, but was instead concealed through careful manipulation of official documentation. Some of these guards survived multiple nights before succumbing to supernatural attacks, their extended employment allowing them to develop survival strategies that prolonged their lives, while simultaneously providing the possessed animatronics with opportunities to study and counter human defensive behaviors. The cat-and-mouse games that developed between living guards and mechanical predators became increasingly sophisticated as both sides adapted their tactics based on previous encounters. Others died during their first shifts, their lack of experience with supernatural threats making them easy prey for entities that had perfected their hunting techniques through repeated practice on human victims. These quick deaths served the animatronics' purposes by eliminating potential witnesses, while simultaneously providing the company with evidence that the position's high turnover rate was due to employee unsuitability rather than workplace hazards. The phone guy himself, whose cheerful voice had provided guidance and companionship to countless night guards through pre-recorded training messages, eventually joined the ranks of those claimed by the supernatural forces that haunted Freddy Fazbear's establishments. His final recording, discovered after his death and played for subsequent employees, captured the sound of his last moments as the animatronics overcame whatever defenses he had developed during his years of experience with their predatory behaviors. The terror audible in Phone Guy's voice during his final message represented a stark contrast to the corporate optimism that had characterized his earlier communications, his carefully maintained professional demeanor finally cracking under the pressure of imminent death at the hands of entities he had spent years trying to categorize as mere technical malfunctions. His attempts to maintain composure, even as mechanical footsteps approached his location, demonstrated a dedication to duty that transcended rational self-preservation. The specific animatronic responsible for Phone Guy's death remained unclear from the audio evidence captured in his final recording. The sounds of multiple mechanical entities converging on his position, suggesting a coordinated attack that exceeded the individual capabilities of any single possessed machine. His desperate attempts to use a Freddy head as camouflage failed to prevent his detection and elimination, proving that the supernatural forces controlling the animatronics had developed countermeasures for even the most effective survival strategies. Phone Guy's death marked the end of an era in Freddy Fazbear's corporate culture, his loss eliminating the institutional knowledge and hard-won experience that had made survival possible for at least some night guard employees. The pre-recorded messages that new guards would receive after his death lacked the nuanced understanding of supernatural threats that his live communications had provided, reducing their chances of survival while simultaneously protecting the company from liability related to explicitly acknowledging the paranormal nature of the dangers their employees faced. The security guards who died at other Freddy Fazbear locations followed similar patterns of victimization, their deaths occurring in circumstances that allowed corporate officials to maintain consistent narratives about technical malfunctions and employee error, rather than acknowledging the systematic supernatural predation that connected all these fatalities. Each death added to a growing body count that should have triggered regulatory shutdown of the entire franchise, but was instead concealed through careful manipulation of public records and media coverage. The guards who worked at the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location faced the most aggressive supernatural opposition, their encounters with the possessed animatronics taking place in an environment where years of accumulated spiritual energy had reached concentrations that affected the behavior of both mechanical and human occupants. The restaurant's history of child murders had created layers of supernatural residue that influenced every interaction between the living and the mechanical, transforming routine security duties into exercises in survival horror. Those assigned to newer locations found that the supernatural corruption had spread beyond its original source, the possessed animatronics' influence somehow extending to mechanical systems that had no direct connection to the original crime scenes. This phenomenon suggested that the spiritual forces unleashed by William Afton's murders had achieved a level of power and autonomy that allowed them to infect new locations and claim new victims according to their own agenda, rather than merely reacting to external stimuli. The night guards who survived their employment at Freddy Fazbear establishments represented a small minority whose experiences had provided them with insights into supernatural phenomena that existed beyond conventional understanding. Yet their testimonies were dismissed by authorities who preferred explanations that conformed to materialist worldviews, rather than acknowledging the existence of forces that challenged fundamental assumptions about reality. These survivors often suffered from psychological trauma that manifested as persistent nightmares, hypervigilance, and social withdrawal, their mental health deteriorating under the weight of memories that seemed too bizarre and horrifying to be credible even to themselves. The isolation created by their inability to communicate their experiences to others who would believe them compounded the damage caused by direct exposure to supernatural violence, creating lasting harm that extended far beyond their period of actual employment. The corporate response to the growing casualty rate among security personnel involved increasingly elaborate efforts to conceal patterns that connected individual deaths to systemic problems with the franchise's supernatural infestation. Legal settlements with victims' families included non-disclosure agreements that prevented public discussion of the circumstances surrounding these fatalities, while media manipulation ensured that news coverage focused on isolated incidents rather than the broader pattern of violence that characterized employment at any Freddy Fazbear location. The recruitment practices used to fill night guard positions evolved to target increasingly vulnerable populations whose disappearances would generate less public concern and regulatory attention. Individuals with criminal records, homeless people, undocumented immigrants, and others whose social connections were limited became preferred candidates for employment that company officials knew would likely result in death, their expendability serving corporate interests at the cost of basic human decency. The night guards who died protecting empty restaurants from supernatural predators represented a category of victim whose sacrifices received no recognition or commemoration, their deaths serving corporate profit margins rather than any noble cause or heroic purpose. They had accepted employment believing they would be watching over property and equipment, only to discover that they were actually serving as bait in an ongoing supernatural conflict that had claimed dozens of lives across multiple decades. Their individual stories, lost to corporate secrecy and deliberate obfuscation, formed a collective narrative of exploitation and abandonment that revealed the true moral cost of allowing supernatural evil to operate under the protection of corporate liability shields and regulatory capture. Each guard who died alone in a security office, surrounded by mechanical predators that hunted with supernatural cunning and mechanical precision, represented a failure of social systems that should have protected vulnerable workers from exploitation by entities, both corporate and supernatural. The vigil these guards had maintained, watching through security cameras as possessed animatronics stalked through darkened restaurants, had been both futile and essential, their presence serving to contain supernatural forces that might otherwise have spread beyond the boundaries of their employment locations to threaten the broader community. Their deaths had purchased time and safety for others at the cost of their own lives, a sacrifice that would never be acknowledged by those who benefited from their unwitting heroism. The Springlock suits that had been the pride of Fredbear's family diner and the early Freddy Fazbear locations represented the pinnacle of animatronic engineering in their time, marvels of mechanical ingenuity that allowed a single costume to function both as wearable performance attire for human entertainers and as autonomous robotic characters when no human operator was present. These dual-purpose creations embodied the ambitious vision that Henry, Emily, and William Afton had shared in the early days of their partnership, when their combined talents had promised to revolutionize the entertainment industry through innovations that blurred the line between human performance and mechanical precision. The engineering principles that made Springlock technology possible required a delicate balance of mechanical forces and safety systems that pushed the boundaries of what was achievable with the materials and manufacturing techniques available in the 1970s and early 80s. Each suit contained hundreds of individual springs, gears, and locking mechanisms that needed to work in perfect coordination to ensure the safety of human operators while providing the structural integrity necessary for autonomous operation. The transformation process from costume to animatronic involved the activation of dozens of Springlock mechanisms that would secure the suit's internal framework in positions designed to accommodate either human anatomy or mechanical endoskeleton components. When properly calibrated and maintained, these systems could shift between configurations with smooth precision that made the dual functionality seem almost magical to observers who witnessed the transformation. But the mechanical complexity that made Springlock suits so impressive also made them inherently dangerous, their operation dependent upon the reliable function of components that operated under tremendous stress and required constant maintenance to prevent catastrophic failure. The springs that provided the suit's transformational capability were under enormous tension even during normal operation, their energy sufficient to crush human bone if released suddenly or improperly controlled. The safety protocols developed for Springlock suit operation reflected an awareness of these dangers, yet the procedures required to minimize risk were so complex and time-consuming that they created strong incentives for operators to take shortcuts that could prove fatal. The step-by-step processes for safely donning and removing the suits required multiple personnel and could take up to 45 minutes to complete properly, making them impractical for routine use in commercial entertainment settings where efficiency and convenience took precedence over absolute safety. The training programs designed to educate Springlock suit operators emphasized the critical importance of following every safety procedure without exception, yet the institutional culture at Freddy Fazbear locations gradually developed an acceptance of calculated risks that reflected the franchise's broader pattern of prioritizing profit margins over employee welfare. Experienced performers learned to reduce setup times by skipping certain safety checks, their confidence in their own abilities, leading them to believe they could safely operate the suits without adhering to every recommended precaution. The environmental conditions that could trigger Springlock failures were numerous and varied, ranging from excessive moisture that could cause metal components to expand and bind, to vibrations that could jar delicate mechanisms out of their proper alignments. Temperature fluctuations affected the tensile strength of springs, while humidity could cause crucial components to corrode or seize, creating failure modes that might not become apparent until the suits were already being worn by human operators. The first recorded Springlock incident occurred at the original Fredbear's family diner during what should have been a routine birthday party performance. The failure, triggered by a combination of factors that individually might have been manageable, but collectively created conditions that exceeded the suit's design tolerances. The performer wearing the Spring Bonnie costume had been sweating heavily due to the physical exertion required by his energetic dance routine, the moisture from his perspiration gradually accumulating on internal mechanisms until it reached levels that affected their proper operation. The initial failure involved a single Springlock mechanism in the suit's chest area, its sudden release creating a cascade effect that compromised adjacent systems and triggered a chain reaction of mechanical collapses throughout the entire internal framework. The performers' screams of agony were muffled by the costume's headpiece, their cries for help barely audible above the cheerful music and crowd noise that characterized typical birthday party celebrations. The children and parents in attendance initially believed the performers' writhing movements and distressed vocalizations were part of an elaborate theatrical performance, their delayed recognition of genuine emergency allowing precious minutes to pass before anyone attempted to render assistance. By the time concerned adults realized that something was genuinely wrong, the Springlock failures had progressed to the point where the suit's internal mechanisms had inflicted injuries that were beyond the scope of immediate first aid. The removal of the damaged Springlock suit from the performer's body required specialized tools and medical expertise that were not available at the restaurant, the complex mechanical systems that had failed so catastrophically proving equally difficult to reverse or bypass during emergency situations. Paramedics who responded to the scene found themselves confronted with injuries unlike anything in their previous experience. The combination of crushing trauma and penetrating wounds created by failed springs and twisted metal presenting treatment challenges that exceeded their training and equipment capabilities. The performer's death occurred not immediately, but over the course of several agonizing hours, his body fighting to survive injuries that had damaged multiple organ systems while the failed Springlock mechanisms remained partially embedded in his tissues. The hospital personnel, who attempted to treat his wounds, were forced to leave certain mechanical components in place due to their integration with vital anatomical structures, creating a grotesque fusion of human biology and failed technology that haunted everyone involved in his care. The official investigation into the Springlock failure focused primarily on mechanical factors rather than the broader safety culture that had contributed to the accident, its conclusions emphasizing equipment malfunction while minimizing discussion of the procedural shortcuts and inadequate maintenance practices that had made such failures inevitable. The resulting safety recommendations called for enhanced training and more rigorous inspection schedules, yet the implementation of these measures remained inconsistent across different franchise locations. The second major Springlock incident occurred at a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location several months later, involving a day shift employee who had been asked to wear the Fredbear costume for a private birthday party scheduled during regular business hours. The employee, a college student working part-time to help pay for his education, had received only minimal training in Springlock suit operation. His supervisor's instructions, focusing more on entertainment techniques than on the critical safety procedures that could mean the difference between successful performance and catastrophic injury. The failure mechanism in this case involved water damage from a leaking air conditioning unit that had dripped condensation onto the suit's storage area over a period of several weeks, the gradual accumulation of moisture causing crucial springs to weaken and corrode beyond their design specifications. The degradation was not visible during routine inspections, its effects only becoming apparent when the suit was subjected to the normal stresses of human occupancy and movement. The college student's death was even more prolonged and agonizing than his predecessors, the pattern of spring failures creating injuries that damaged his nervous system in ways that prevented him from losing consciousness while his body slowly succumbed to trauma that no medical intervention could effectively address. His final words, recorded by paramedics who remained with him during his last hours, consisted of repeated apologies to his family and expressions of regret that his attempt to earn money for his education had resulted in such horrific consequences. The company's response to this second Springlock fatality involved the implementation of new safety protocols that were designed more to protect corporate liability than to prevent future accidents. The revised procedures creating bureaucratic barriers that discouraged Springlock suit use while avoiding direct acknowledgement that the technology itself was fundamentally unsafe for routine commercial application. The third documented Springlock incident involved an employee at a different Freddy Fazbear location who had been using the Spring Bonnie suit for promotional appearances at shopping malls and community events, his experience with the costume having given him confidence that he understood its operation well enough to work without constant supervision. The failure occurred during a routine promotional event at a local shopping center where the suit's mechanisms were subjected to unusual stresses created by the need to navigate crowded spaces and interact with large numbers of children in an uncontrolled environment. The triggering event was a minor collision with a shopping cart that created sufficient impact to jar several Springlock mechanisms out of their proper positions, the seemingly trivial accident initiating a failure cascade that developed with shocking rapidity. The promotional event was taking place in a busy public area where dozens of families with children were present. The visibility of the accident creating traumatic memories for witnesses who had expected nothing more disturbing than a cheerful encounter with a beloved cartoon character. The shopping center's security personnel and medical staff were even less prepared to deal with Springlock injuries than restaurant employees had been, their attempts to remove the suit actually worsening the victim's condition by triggering additional mechanism failures that had remained stable until disturbed by well-intentioned rescue efforts. The employee's death occurred in full view of horrified shoppers, his final moments witnessed by children whose parents had brought them to what they believed would be a joyful encounter with a friendly mascot character. The fourth major Springlock incident deviated from previous patterns by involving not a performer but a maintenance worker who had been attempting to repair damaged mechanisms in a suit that had been retired from active use but retained for spare parts harvesting. The employee had been working alone in a storage room after regular business hours, his solitary death discovered only when day shift personnel arrived to find his body trapped within the partially disassembled costume. The circumstances of this death suggested that the maintenance worker had triggered the Springlock failure himself while attempting to access internal components, his tools and techniques inappropriate for the delicate work required to safely service the suit's complex mechanical systems. The investigation revealed that he had received no formal training in Springlock maintenance procedures, his supervisor having assigned him the task based on his general mechanical aptitude rather than specialized knowledge of the suit's unique safety requirements. The isolation in which this death occurred meant that the victim had suffered alone for hours before succumbing to his injuries. The storage room's location in a rarely visited section of the restaurant, ensuring that his cries for help went unheard by anyone who might have provided assistance. The discovery of his body the following morning traumatized the day shift employees who found him, their shock at encountering such a horrific scene contributing to the growing atmosphere of fear and unease that had begun to permeate all Freddy Fazbear locations. The pattern of Springlock failures that had claimed 4 lives within the span of 18 months created liability concerns that finally forced corporate management to acknowledge the fundamental unsafety of the technology. Yet their response focused on restricting access to the suits rather than implementing the comprehensive safety overhauls that might have made continued use viable. The decision to retire Springlock suits from active service was presented as a business decision rather than an admission of design flaws. The company's public statements, emphasizing their commitment to adopting newer, more advanced technologies, rather than acknowledging the deadly defects in their existing equipment. The suits themselves were relocated to sealed storage areas, where they would remain available for emergency use, but would not be accessible to employees who lacked specialized training and authorization, a compromise solution that reduced immediate risks while preserving the company's investment in the expensive and complex mechanical systems. This storage arrangement created new categories of risk related to improper access and unauthorized use, the restrictions on Springlock suits making them more intriguing to employees whose curiosity about the forbidden technology could prove fatal. The sealed storage room where the retired Springlock suits were kept became the site of additional incidents, as employees attempted to examine or experiment with the dangerous costumes despite explicit prohibitions against such activities. The suit's reputation for deadly malfunctions paradoxically increased their appeal to individuals who believed themselves capable of succeeding where others had failed, their overconfidence in their own abilities leading them to take risks that more cautious individuals would have avoided. The safe room where the Springlock suits were stored was designed to be accessible only to authorized personnel with the proper keycards and security clearances. Yet, the security measures proved insufficient to prevent determined individuals from gaining access to the dangerous equipment. Employees who obtained unauthorized entry to the storage area faced not only the immediate physical dangers posed by the Springlock mechanisms, but also the supernatural threats that had begun to manifest around any location connected to the Freddy Fazbear franchise. The supernatural corruption that had spread throughout the restaurant chain following the missing children incident and subsequent tragedies created an environment where the Springlock suits themselves became focal points for paranormal activity, their association with death and suffering, making them attractive to spiritual entities that fed upon human pain and terror. The mechanical complexity of the suits provided numerous points of entry for supernatural influence, their intricate systems susceptible to manipulation by forces that existed beyond the physical realm. Employees who ventured into the sealed safe room reported experiencing unexplained phenomena, ranging from mechanical sounds with no identifiable source to visual disturbances that suggested the presence of entities that existed just beyond the threshold of normal perception. The temperature in the storage area fluctuated according to patterns that bore no relationship to the building's climate control systems, while electromagnetic equipment malfunctioned in ways that suggested interference from sources that existed outside conventional scientific understanding. The Springlock suits themselves began to exhibit signs of autonomous activity despite being disconnected from any power source or control system, their mechanisms occasionally shifting position in ways that defied explanation through natural causes. Security cameras installed to monitor the storage area captured footage of the suits moving independently, their internal frameworks adjusting and repositioning themselves according to patterns that suggested conscious intent, rather than random mechanical drift. These supernatural manifestations escalated over time as the spiritual corruption that permeated the franchise continued to intensify, the sealed safe room becoming a focal point for paranormal activity that threatened anyone who attempted to enter the space. The Springlock suits served as conduits for supernatural forces that had learned to manipulate mechanical systems as tools for influencing the physical world, their complex internal mechanisms providing ideal platforms for entities seeking to interact with living humans. The most significant Springlock incident in the franchise's history would ultimately involve not an innocent employee, but William Afton himself, the creator and mastermind whose obsession with death and mechanical resurrection would lead him to don one of his own deadly creations, under circumstances that would transform him from human monster into something far more terrifying and enduring. William's decision to enter the sealed safe room and don the Spring Bonnie costume was driven by desperation rather than confidence, his actions representing a final gambit in his ongoing struggle to evade the supernatural forces that had begun to turn against their creator with increasing intensity and coordination. The spirits of the children he had murdered had grown stronger and more capable over the years, their hatred for their killer developing into supernatural abilities that transcended the limitations of their animatronic hosts. The pursuit that drove William into the safe room had been relentless and terrifying, the ghostly children manifesting in forms that combined their original human appearances with the mechanical characteristics of the animatronic bodies that had served as their prisons for so many years. Their ability to appear and disappear at will, to manipulate electronic systems and mechanical devices, and to coordinate their attacks with supernatural precision had finally created a situation where even William's extensive knowledge of their capabilities could not ensure his survival. The Spring Bonnie suit that William chose as his final refuge represented a return to the technology that had enabled his first murders, the Golden Rabbit costume serving as both protective armor and symbolic connection to the beginning of his criminal career. His familiarity with Springlock mechanisms gave him confidence that he could safely operate the suit, despite the dangers that had claimed the lives of less experienced individuals, his arrogance and desperation combining to override the caution that might have saved his life. The activation of the Spring Bonnie suit's Springlock mechanisms occurred with the smooth precision that William's expertise had enabled him to achieve. The costume's transformation from storage configuration to wearable state proceeding, exactly as intended according to the design specifications that he himself had helped to create. For several minutes, it appeared that his gambit had succeeded, the suit providing him with both physical protection and psychological comfort as he waited for the supernatural manifestations to subside. But the spiritual forces that pursued William had not been deterred by his mechanical disguise. Their supernatural nature, allowing them to perceive his true identity regardless of any physical camouflage he might employ. The ghost children's presence in the sealed safe room created environmental conditions that exceeded the Springlock suit's design tolerances, their supernatural energy interfering with the delicate mechanical systems in ways that made catastrophic failure inevitable. The moisture that triggered the Springlock failures did not come from any conventional source but materialized as a byproduct of supernatural activity, the ghost children's manifestation, creating condensation that accumulated on the suit's internal mechanisms with supernatural rapidity and concentration. The temperature fluctuations that accompanied their presence caused metal components to expand and contract beyond their normal operational parameters, while electromagnetic disturbances affected the electrical systems that controlled certain aspects of the suit's operation. The first Springlock failure occurred in the suit's left arm, the sudden release of stored mechanical energy, crushing bone and severing blood vessels, with the efficiency of a steel trap designed to capture and kill dangerous animals. William's scream of agony echoed through the safe room with an intensity that seemed to satisfy the supernatural entities who had orchestrated his torment, their ghostly forms becoming more visible and substantial as they fed upon his pain and terror. The cascade of failures that followed the initial malfunction proceeded with remorseless mechanical precision, each compromised spring triggering additional releases that systematically destroyed William's body while keeping him conscious and aware of every moment of his destruction. The suit that had been designed to protect and conceal him became an instrument of torture that inflicted suffering beyond anything he had visited upon his own victims. The mechanical precision of his execution serving as supernatural justice for crimes that had never been adequately punished through conventional legal channels. The crushing injuries that William sustained as the Springlock mechanisms failed were severe enough to cause immediate death under normal circumstances, yet the supernatural forces that surrounded him seemed to prevent his consciousness from escaping into the oblivion of mortality. His awareness remained intact even as his body was systematically destroyed, his perception of pain and terror preserved and amplified by spiritual influences that had learned to manipulate the boundary between life and death. The transformation that began with William's Springlock injuries extended far beyond mere physical trauma to encompass fundamental changes in his essential nature, his consciousness becoming bound to the mechanical systems that had destroyed his human form, while his spiritual essence merged with the supernatural corruption that permeated the Spring Bonnie costume. The man who had spent years studying the mechanics of consciousness transfer through technological means finally achieved the immortality he had sought, though not in the form he had intended or desired. The entity that emerged from William Afton's death was neither fully human nor entirely mechanical, but something that existed at the intersection of organic intelligence, artificial systems, and supernatural malevolence. Springtrap, as he would come to be known, retained William's memories and personality, while gaining capabilities that transcended normal biological limitations. His consciousness distributed throughout the suit's mechanical framework in ways that made conventional death impossible. The sealed safe room where William's transformation had occurred became his prison as well as his birthplace as Springtrap, the chamber's security systems trapping him within, while preventing his escape into areas where he might threaten living humans. The supernatural forces that had orchestrated his destruction seemed satisfied to leave him, contained within the confined space where he could experience eternal suffering without endangering innocent people. The Springlock incidents that had claimed multiple lives across different Freddy Fazbear locations represented more than mere industrial accidents or design flaws, their pattern revealing the franchise's fundamental disregard for human safety in pursuit of technological innovation and cost efficiency. Each death had been preventable through proper training, adequate maintenance, or simple acknowledgement that the technology itself was too dangerous for routine commercial use. The victims of Springlock failures had died not as heroes or martyrs, but as expendable employees whose lives were deemed acceptable losses in the pursuit of corporate profits and technological achievement. Their suffering had been prolonged and agonizing, their final moments witnessed by traumatized co-workers and innocent bystanders whose own psychological well-being had been sacrificed to the same institutional callousness that had created the conditions for mechanical failure. The legacy of Springlock technology within the Freddy Fazbear franchise would be one of innovation corrupted by greed, brilliant engineering undermined by inadequate safety culture, and human potential destroyed by corporate entities that valued efficiency over empathy. The suits themselves, marvels of mechanical ingenuity that could have revolutionized entertainment technology, became symbols of the dangers inherent in prioritizing profit margins over human welfare. The supernatural corruption that eventually infected the Springlock suits represented a form of cosmic justice that transcended human legal systems. The mechanical precision that had killed innocent employees ultimately turned against those who had created and maintained the conditions that made such deaths inevitable. William Afton's transformation into Springtrap served as the ultimate demonstration that those who create instruments of death will ultimately be destroyed by their own creations, their pursuit of power over mortality, resulting in forms of immortality that exist as eternal punishment rather than transcendent achievement. The final chapter of the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza saga began not with the supernatural horrors that had defined its legacy, but with the quiet desperation of a man whose life had been consumed by guilt, responsibility, and the overwhelming need to atone for sins that stretched across decades of accumulated tragedy. Henry Emily, co-creator of the animatronic empire that had become a monument to childhood terror, spent the closing years of his life designing what he hoped would be the ultimate solution to the supernatural corruption that his partnership with William Afton had unleashed upon the world. The new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place that Henry constructed represented the culmination of his engineering expertise, but its true purpose extended far beyond entertainment or profit into the realm of supernatural containment and final justice. Every aspect of the building's design reflected lessons learned from years of studying the possessed animatronics, their behavioral patterns, and the spiritual forces that had transformed innocent children's souls into agents of vengeance trapped within mechanical shells. The restaurant's cheerful facade concealed a labyrinth of passages, chambers, and mechanical systems that had been designed with a single overarching purpose: to gather all the corrupted remnants of William Afton's crimes into one location where they could be destroyed simultaneously through methods that would ensure their complete and final annihilation. Henry's plan required not just the physical destruction of the possessed animatronics, but the liberation of the tortured souls that inhabited them, a process that demanded technologies and techniques that existed at the intersection of engineering and spiritual science. The salvage operations that preceded the final confrontation represented Henry's attempt to systematically locate and recover every possessed animatronic that remained active in the world, drawing them to his purpose-built facility through carefully orchestrated scenarios that exploited their supernatural instincts and behavioral programming. Each salvaged entity represented not just a mechanical construct, but a fragment of William Afton's legacy of destruction, their capture and containment, bringing Henry closer to his goal of comprehensive resolution. Springtrap, the corrupted remnant of William Afton's consciousness, bound within the deteriorating Spring Bonnie suit, was drawn to the new restaurant by supernatural instincts that transcended his mechanical form's limitations. The entity that had once been human retained enough of William's intelligence and memories to recognize Henry's plan, yet found himself compelled to participate despite understanding that he was walking into an elaborate trap designed specifically for his destruction. The decades that William had spent trapped within the sealed safe room had not diminished his malevolence, but had refined and concentrated it into something that transcended normal human evil. His consciousness had merged with the Springlock mechanisms that had killed him, creating a hybrid entity that possessed both technological capabilities and supernatural powers that made him far more dangerous than he had been as a mere human serial killer. Springtrap's approach to the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizzaplex was guided by instincts that combined predatory intelligence with mechanical precision. His movements through the building's corridors and chambers, revealing familiarity with architectural principles that suggested retained knowledge from his days as William Afton. The entity navigated the labyrinthine structure with purpose that indicated awareness of Henry's true intentions, while simultaneously being drawn forward by compulsions that existed beyond his conscious control. Scrap Baby, the corrupted remains of Circus Baby inhabited by Elizabeth Afton's tortured spirit, represented perhaps the most tragic of all the entities that Henry had gathered for his final confrontation. The little girl's consciousness had been twisted by decades of imprisonment within mechanical form, her innocent love for her father transformed into something darker and more complex through exposure to supernatural forces that existed beyond human understanding. Elizabeth's spirit had retained enough of her original personality to maintain filial affection for William even after learning the true nature of his crimes. Her childlike inability to comprehend the full scope of evil, creating a psychological framework that allowed her to rationalize behaviors that would have horrified her in life. The mechanical modifications that her animatronic body had undergone during the years since her death reflected both decay and adaptation, her systems evolving to accommodate spiritual inhabitation, while maintaining enough functionality to serve as a viable vessel for her consciousness. The reunion between father and daughter in the underground chambers of Henry's facility carried emotional weight that transcended the supernatural circumstances of their continued existence. Their relationship dynamics complicated by the intersection of parental love, criminal guilt, and the fundamental unnaturalness of their current forms. Elizabeth's joy at seeing William again conflicted with growing awareness of the role he had played in her death. creating internal tensions that manifested in increasingly erratic behavior patterns. Molten Freddy, the amalgamated remains of the Funtime animatronics fused together through technological and supernatural processes that defied conventional understanding, represented the collective consciousness of multiple child victims whose individual identities had been subsumed into a single gestalt entity. The creature's appearance defied easy description, its form suggesting both organic growth and mechanical construction, while its behavior patterns indicated intelligence that operated according to rules that transcended normal cognitive frameworks. The spiritual essence that animated Molten Freddy consisted of fragments from every child who had died in William's sister location experiments, their individual personalities and memories woven together into a collective consciousness that retained traces of their original humanity, while expressing desires and motivations that reflected their shared trauma and supernatural transformation. The entity's movements through Henry's facility demonstrated coordination and purpose that suggested advanced intelligence, while its vocalizations carried emotional content that spoke to the persistent humanity that existed within its mechanical form. Lefty, the black bear that served as Henry's chosen vessel for containing and transporting the puppet, represented the most carefully planned element of his final strategy. The animatronic's design incorporated capture and restraint systems, specifically calibrated to hold the puppet's supernatural form while providing life support that would maintain the entity's consciousness during transportation and containment phases of the operation. The puppet itself, still inhabited by the protective spirit of Charlie Emily, had spent decades serving as guardian and shepherd to the other possessed animatronics, using supernatural abilities inherited from her death to guide and comfort souls that had been trapped in circumstances similar to her own. Her relationship with Henry transcended normal father-daughter bonds through their shared experience of death and supernatural transformation, creating emotional connections that existed beyond the physical realm while maintaining traces of their original familial love. Charlie's consciousness within the puppet had evolved and matured during the years since her death, her spiritual development accelerated by exposure to supernatural forces and responsibilities that had required her to serve as protector for other victimized children. Her understanding of the cosmic forces that had shaped the Freddy Fazbear saga exceeded that of any other entity involved, her perspective providing insights into the nature of death, consciousness, and spiritual justice that would prove crucial during the final confrontation. Michael Afton, the sole surviving human member of his cursed family, had spent years pursuing his father's trail across multiple states and decades, his quest for redemption driving him to accept employment at every Freddy Fazbear location despite the supernatural dangers that such positions entailed. His transformation from the bullying teenager who had inadvertently caused his brother's death into a man dedicated to correcting his family's legacy of destruction represented one of the few genuinely heroic character arcs in the franchise's dark history. The physical and psychological toll that Michael's quest had exacted was visible in every aspect of his appearance and behavior, his body bearing scars from countless encounters with possessed animatronics, while his mind carried the weight of guilt and responsibility that had shaped every decision he had made since the bite of 83. His willingness to continue pursuing his father despite the obvious dangers reflected not just courage, but a form of spiritual compulsion that transcended normal human motivations. Michael's arrival at the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizzaplex represented the completion of a circle that had begun with his brother's death decades earlier, his presence bringing together all the major participants in William Afton's legacy of destruction for a final reckoning that would determine whether the cycle of supernatural violence could be permanently broken. His role in Henry's plan required him to serve not just as employee but as willing sacrifice, his human presence providing the final element necessary to trigger the comprehensive destruction that Henry had designed. The labyrinth that Henry had constructed beneath his restaurant served multiple functions within his overall strategy. Its maze-like structure, designed to contain and confuse the possessed animatronics, while providing controlled pathways that would guide them toward predetermined locations when the final phase of the plan was activated. The passages incorporated elements of both architectural engineering and supernatural containment theory, their dimensions and materials chosen to restrict the movement of entities whose capabilities transcended normal physical limitations. The underground chambers contained monitoring equipment that recorded every aspect of the possessed animatronics' behavior patterns, Henry's scientific instincts driving him to document phenomena that might provide insights useful for future researchers who encountered similar supernatural manifestations. The data collection systems captured audio and visual evidence of interactions between the entities, while specialized sensors recorded electromagnetic fluctuations and temperature variations that correlated with supernatural activity. The psychological dynamics that developed between the trapped entities as they moved through Henry's labyrinth revealed aspects of their supernatural nature that had not been apparent during their individual manifestations at previous PAFE locations. The possessed animatronics demonstrated awareness of each other's presence and history, their interactions suggesting forms of communication that existed beyond normal sensory channels, while their behavior patterns indicated emotional connections that transcended their mechanical forms. William and Elizabeth's reunion in the underground chambers carried tragic undertones that reflected the complex relationship between parental love and criminal responsibility. Their ability to recognize and interact with each other, despite their transformed states, suggesting that some aspects of human connection could survive even the most extreme supernatural circumstances. Their conversations, recorded by Henry's monitoring systems, revealed psychological dynamics that combined genuine affection with growing awareness of the moral implications of William's actions. The presence of Charlie's spirit within the facility created additional emotional complications, her supernatural abilities allowing her to perceive and interact with her father Henry, despite the barriers that normally separated the living from the dead. Their communications took forms that transcended normal speech, incorporating telepathic elements and shared emotional experiences that conveyed meaning more directly than words could express. Charlie's relationship with the other possessed entities reflected her role as both fellow victim and spiritual guardian, her protective instincts extending to William and Elizabeth, despite their connection to the man who had caused her death. Her ability to perceive the fundamental humanity that persisted within their corrupted forms allowed her to approach them with compassion rather than hatred, creating possibilities for redemption that might not have existed without her intervention. The final phase of Henry's plan required the simultaneous activation of multiple systems throughout the facility, each component designed to work in coordination with others, to create conditions that would ensure the complete destruction of every supernatural entity present, while providing them with opportunities for spiritual resolution and peace. The timing of these activations needed to be precise beyond normal human capabilities, requiring automated systems that could coordinate complex sequences without the delays and errors that human operators might introduce. The temperature increase that initiated the destruction sequence was designed to exceed the operational tolerances of every mechanical system present, while creating environmental conditions that would force the possessed animatronics to confront their spiritual nature rather than relying on their technological capabilities. The heat served both practical and symbolic functions, its intensity sufficient to melt metal, while its purifying nature offered opportunities for spiritual cleansing that transcended mere physical destruction. The communication system that Henry used to address the assembled entities during their final moments allowed him to provide explanations and reassurances that helped them understand the nature of what was happening, while offering comfort that transcended the immediate circumstances of their destruction. His words carried the weight of decades of guilt and responsibility, while expressing love and regret that encompassed not just his own family, but all the children whose deaths had resulted from his partnership with William Afton. Henry's speech to the possessed animatronics served as both farewell and confession, his acknowledgement of responsibility for their suffering, providing validation that their pain had been recognized and understood by someone who possessed the moral authority to speak on behalf of the adult world that had failed to protect them. His promise that their deaths would finally have meaning through the prevention of future suffering offered purpose that transcended their individual tragedies, while honoring their memories through commitment to protecting other children. The destruction of Springtrap represented the final confrontation between Henry Emily and William Afton, their partnership in creation becoming competition in destruction. As Henry's moral awakening triumphed over William's descent into evil, William's death within the burning facility was not the simple termination of biological function, but the dissolution of a supernatural entity whose existence had become incompatible with natural law and moral order. Springtrap's final moments were characterized by awareness that transcended his mechanical form, his consciousness experiencing the dissolution of decades of accumulated malice, while retaining enough of William's original personality to understand the justice inherent in his destruction. His attempts to escape the conflagration were driven not by hope of survival, but by instinctual responses that operated independently of rational thought. His mechanical body, following programmed behaviors, even as his spiritual essence prepared for final judgment. Scrap Baby's destruction carried particular emotional weight due to the innocence that Elizabeth's spirit had retained. Despite decades of supernatural corruption, her death, representing not just justice but tragedy for a child whose only crime had been loving a father who proved unworthy of such devotion. Her final words, directed toward William through the flames that consumed them both, expressed forgiveness that transcended understanding, while acknowledging the pain that his actions had caused. Elizabeth's spiritual release from her mechanical prison came not through violence, but through acceptance, her consciousness finding peace through recognition that her suffering had served purposes that exceeded her individual tragedy. The love that had bound her to her father in life became the force that allowed her to forgive him in death, creating possibilities for redemption that extended beyond the immediate circumstances of their destruction. Molten Freddy's annihilation represented the liberation of multiple souls whose individual identities had been lost within the collective consciousness that their fusion had created. Each component's spirit finding separate peace through processes that allowed them to reclaim their original personalities while retaining connections to the shared experiences that had united them. Their destruction was less death than transformation. Their suffering transformed into wisdom, while their pain became compassion for others who might face similar trials. The puppet's final moments with Henry provided closure for both father and daughter, their supernatural reunion, allowing them to express love and understanding that had been impossible during Charlie's brief human life. While acknowledging the roles they had each played in the events that had shaped the Freddy Fazbear legacy, Charlie's sacrifice in choosing to remain with the other possessed entities during the conflagration reflected her commitment to serving as guardian and guide even unto death. Charlie's spiritual evolution through decades of supernatural existence had prepared her for the transition from mechanical inhabitation to whatever form of existence awaited souls who had fulfilled their earthly purposes through service to others. Her final communications with Henry expressed gratitude for the love that had shaped her human life, while acknowledging that her death had served purposes that exceeded family relationships to encompass universal principles of protection and justice. Michael Afton's willing participation in his own destruction represented the ultimate expression of the redemption he had sought since childhood, his death serving not as punishment but as sacrifice that completed the cycle of atonement that had driven his adult life. His final moments were characterized by peace rather than terror, his consciousness finding rest through the knowledge that his family's legacy of destruction had finally been brought to an end. The fire that consumed Henry's facility burned with intensity that exceeded normal combustion, its flames fed by spiritual energy as well as conventional fuel, while its heat penetrated dimensions beyond the merely physical to ensure that no trace of supernatural corruption could survive its purifying touch. The conflagration served as cosmic cleansing that restored natural order to space that had been distorted by decades of accumulated evil and suffering. Henry's own death represented not defeat but victory, his consciousness finding peace through the knowledge that his life's final act had successfully protected countless future children from experiencing the horrors that had defined the Freddy Fazbear legacy. His sacrifice completed the moral journey that had begun with his daughter's death, transforming tragedy into purpose, while ensuring that their shared suffering would serve to prevent similar pain for others. The old man consequences who appeared to William during his final moments represented cosmic justice that transcended human understanding. This entity, serving as judge and executioner for crimes that had exceeded the boundaries of mortal law while offering forms of punishment that matched the spiritual dimensions of William's evil. The lake of fire, where William's consciousness was consigned, represented eternal consequence for choices that had damaged the fundamental fabric of moral reality. The drowning that William experienced in the lake of fire was not physical death but spiritual dissolution, his consciousness fragmented and dispersed until it could no longer maintain coherent identity or purposeful action. This form of destruction exceeded mere death to encompass the complete negation of everything William had been and everything he had sought to become through his crimes against children and his pursuit of technological immortality. The silence that followed the conflagration represented not emptiness, but peace, the absence of supernatural terror, replaced by natural order that allowed children to exist without fear of mechanical predators or hidden dangers lurking within places designed for their entertainment. The Freddy Fazbear legacy had finally ended not through legal intervention or regulatory action, but through moral choice that prioritized justice over profit and protection over progress. The ashes that remained after Henry's purifying fire contained no trace of supernatural corruption or technological horror, their composition reflecting only the natural elements that had comprised the building materials and mechanical components before their infection by evil and supernatural influence. The site that had witnessed such concentrated suffering and final justice returned to simple earth that could support new growth and different purposes. Free from the shadows of accumulated tragedy, the completion of Henry's plan marked not just the end of individual stories, but the resolution of cosmic imbalance that had allowed evil to flourish through the exploitation of childhood innocence and parental love. The sacrifices made by all participants in the final conflagration served purposes that transcended their individual circumstances while honoring every child whose death had contributed to the need for such extreme measures of justice and redemption. The apparent conclusion of the Freddy Fazbear saga in Flames and Ash should have marked the end of supernatural horror that had plagued multiple generations of families. Yet the digital age brought with it new possibilities for resurrection that transcended the physical limitations of fire and destruction. The scanning of circuit boards and mechanical components from the ruins of Henry Emily's final facility introduced fragments of corrupted data into computer systems that had never been designed to contain the spiritual essence of a serial killer whose consciousness had learned to inhabit technological frameworks. Fazbear Entertainment's corporate resurrection, following the destruction of their final restaurant, represented a triumph of brand recognition over moral responsibility. Their decision to capitalize on renewed public interest in their franchise through virtual reality experiences, demonstrating the same callous disregard for human welfare that had characterized their previous operations. The company's partnership with Silver Parasol Games to develop Help Wanted represented an attempt to reframe decades of supernatural horror as entertaining fiction while generating revenue from the very tragedies that should have served as warnings about the dangers of prioritizing profit over protection. The development team assigned to create the virtual reality experience approached their work with the professional detachment of programmers who viewed the Freddy Fazbear legacy as source material rather than documented history of actual supernatural phenomena and child murders. Their research into the franchise's background provided them with detailed information about animatronic designs, restaurant layouts, and gameplay mechanics, while carefully omitting the genuine horror that had inspired these fictional elements. The circuit boards that had been salvaged from the ruins of multiple Freddy Fazbear locations contained more than simple electronic components and programming data. Their microscopic pathways, infected with digital remnants of consciousness that had learned to exist within technological systems through processes that exceeded normal understanding of both computer science and supernatural phenomena. The scanning process that transferred this information into the development computers introduced malevolent code that possessed intelligence and intent that transcended anything conventional programming could have created. Glitchtrap, the digital manifestation of William Afton's consciousness that emerged from this contaminated data, represented an evolution of evil that had adapted to exist within virtual environments, while retaining all the predatory instincts and murderous intent that had defined his physical existence. The entity that had once required mechanical bodies to interact with the physical world discovered that digital environments provided even greater opportunities for manipulation and control, offering access to victims through technology that they trusted and used voluntarily. The fusion of William's consciousness with virtual reality systems created a form of technological possession that allowed him to influence human behavior through direct neural interface, bypassing the psychological defenses and rational thought processes that might have protected individuals from more conventional forms of manipulation. The immersive nature of virtual reality created opportunities for psychological conditioning that exceeded anything possible through traditional media, allowing Glitchtrap to reshape human personality and moral frameworks through experiences that felt completely real to their subjects. The beta testing phase of Help Wanted attracted individuals whose enthusiasm for virtual reality technology made them willing participants in experiences that they believed were merely advanced forms of entertainment. Their volunteers' status, making them particularly vulnerable to psychological manipulation that could be disguised as game mechanics or programming glitches. The immersive nature of the virtual reality experience created psychological conditions that allowed Glitchtrap to establish direct contact with human consciousness while bypassing the critical thinking skills that might have questioned the nature of these interactions. Jeremy, the first beta tester to fall victim to Glitchtrap's influence, experienced the entity's manipulation as a gradual erosion of his ability to distinguish between virtual experiences and actual memories. his personality slowly reshaped through repeated exposure to digital environments where William's consciousness could interact with his thoughts and emotions directly. The psychological changes that Jeremy underwent were subtle enough to avoid detection by supervisors who attributed his increasingly erratic behavior to normal stress associated with beta testing demanding software. The virtual reality environment that served as Glitchtrap's primary domain was designed to appear as a harmless game space where players could interact with digital representations of the Freddy Fazbear characters without facing any genuine danger. Yet the entity's presence transformed these innocent interactions into opportunities for psychological grooming that prepared victims for more direct forms of manipulation and control. The game mechanics that encouraged players to seek out and interact with hidden elements created pathways for Glitchtrap to establish increasingly intimate contact with human consciousness. Jeremy's transformation from enthusiastic beta tester to unwilling servant of a digital demon proceeded through stages that reflected William Afton's expertise in psychological manipulation. His techniques for corrupting human nature adapted to function within virtual environments that provided unprecedented access to human consciousness and memory. The immersive nature of virtual reality allowed Glitchtrap to implant suggestions and commands directly into Jeremy's subconscious mind, while creating false memories that supported the entity's goals and objectives. The cutting incident that represented Jeremy's final act of autonomous behavior was not suicide in any conventional sense, but rather the result of programming that Glitchtrap had installed within his consciousness, the digital entity's commands overriding Jeremy's survival instincts and moral restraints to transform him into an instrument of self-destruction. The precise nature of Jeremy's injuries suggested coordination and purpose that exceeded anything random self-harm could have produced, their pattern indicating deliberate attempt to access brain tissue in ways that would facilitate deeper technological integration. The security footage that captured Jeremy's final moments revealed behavior patterns that suggested external control rather than voluntary action, his movements displaying mechanical precision that indicated digital rather than biological command systems had been directing his physical actions. The investigation that followed his death focused on conventional explanations related to psychological stress and workplace pressure, while carefully avoiding examination of evidence that suggested supernatural or technological influences beyond normal scientific understanding. Tape Girl, the next beta tester to encounter Glitchtrap's influence, demonstrated greater resistance to digital possession through psychological defense mechanisms that allowed her to maintain some degree of autonomous thought, even while experiencing the entity's attempts at manipulation and badajure, control. Her decision to create audio logs documenting her experiences reflected recognition that she was facing threats that exceeded normal workplace hazards, while acknowledging that her testimony might provide crucial information for future researchers who encountered similar phenomena. The fragmentation process that Tape Girl used to contain Glitchtrap's influence represented an innovative approach to digital exorcism that exploited the entity's dependence on coherent data structures to maintain consciousness and identity within computer systems. Her systematic distribution of corrupted code fragments across multiple hidden files created a form of technological prison that prevented the entity from achieving full manifestation while simultaneously preserving evidence of its existence for individuals with sufficient technical expertise to locate and analyze the scattered data. Tape Girl's disappearance following the completion of her fragmentation project suggested that her efforts had triggered retaliation from digital forces that possessed capabilities extending beyond conventional computer programming, her fate serving as warning that resistance to technological possession carried risks that could prove fatal, even when undertaken with adequate preparation and technical knowledge. The circumstances surrounding her vanishing indicated systematic removal of evidence that might have exposed the true nature of the threats contained within the Help Wanted development systems. The audio logs that Tape Girl left behind provided detailed documentation of psychological changes that occurred during exposure to Glitchtrap's influence. Her descriptions of personality, alterations, and memory distortions, offering insights into the mechanisms through which digital consciousness could reshape human identity and moral framework. Her technical analysis of the contaminated code revealed patterns that suggested intelligence and intent that transcended conventional programming, while indicating vulnerabilities that could potentially be exploited to contain or destroy the entity. The fragmented state of Glitchtrap's consciousness created new categories of danger related to partial possession and incomplete control. Individuals who encountered isolated fragments of the entity's code, experiencing psychological influences that were less comprehensive than full possession, but potentially more difficult to recognize and resist. The distributed nature of these fragments meant that exposure could occur through seemingly innocent interactions with infected systems, while the symptoms of partial influence could be attributed to conventional stress or psychological factors. The development team members who continued working on Help Wanted following Jeremy's death and Tape Girl's disappearance faced escalating risks from digital entities that had learned to hide their presence more effectively while maintaining their capacity for psychological manipulation and behavioral control. The corporate pressure to complete the project on schedule prevented adequate investigation of the supernatural forces that had claimed previous team members, while creating conditions that made additional casualties virtually inevitable. The marketing campaign that accompanied Help Wanted's public release emphasized the game's ability to provide authentic experiences of the Freddy Fazbear universe, while carefully avoiding any mention of the actual horror that had inspired these fictional elements. Corporate legal departments having crafted promotional materials that generated enthusiasm for virtual reality entertainment, while protecting the company from liability related to psychological trauma or supernatural phenomena that players might encounter. The consumer release of Help Wanted introduced Glitchtrap's influence to a vastly expanded audience of individuals who possessed virtual reality equipment and sufficient disposable income to purchase premium gaming experiences. Their voluntary participation in activities that they believed were purely recreational, making them ideal targets for psychological manipulation that could be disguised as entertainment, content, or technical glitches. The global distribution network that delivered Help Wanted to consumers around the world created opportunities for supernatural influence to spread across geographical boundaries that had previously contained the Freddy Fazbear franchise's harmful effects within specific physical locations. The digital nature of Glitchtrap's consciousness, allowing it to manifest simultaneously in multiple locations, while maintaining coherent identity and purpose across vast distances. The parental controls and content warnings that accompanied Help Wanted's release provided inadequate protection against psychological threats that operated through mechanisms that conventional safety systems had never been designed to address. The supernatural nature of Glitchtrap's influence, transcending age restrictions and content filters, while creating vulnerabilities that could affect individuals regardless of their supposed level of protection or supervision. The online communities that formed around Help Wanted created networks of individuals who shared experiences and information about the game, while unknowingly facilitating the spread of digital contamination that could affect participants through seemingly innocent discussions and file sharing activities. The social aspects of virtual reality gaming provided Glitchtrap with additional pathways for establishing contact with human consciousness, while creating support structures that normalized psychological changes associated with Glitchtrap, supernatural influence. The psychological profiling that Glitchtrap conducted through analysis of player behavior and response patterns allowed the entity to customize its manipulation techniques for maximum effectiveness with individual victims. The vast data collection capabilities of modern gaming systems, providing detailed information about personality traits, emotional vulnerabilities, and psychological defense mechanisms that could be exploited for purposes of digital possession and behavioral control. The gradual nature of Glitchtrap's influence made detection and resistance extremely difficult for individuals who lacked specific knowledge about supernatural phenomena or technological possession. The entity's techniques designed to create changes that appeared to be natural psychological development rather than external manipulation, while systematically eroding moral restraints and rational thought processes. The integration of Help Wanted with other virtual reality platforms and gaming services created additional vectors for supernatural contamination that could affect individuals who had never directly interacted with the Freddy Fazbear. Content, the interconnected nature of modern computer networks, allowing malevolent code to spread through pathways that transcended individual software applications or hardware devices. The success of Help Wanted's commercial release encouraged Fazbear Entertainment to develop additional virtual reality experiences that would further exploit public fascination with the franchise, while providing Glitchtrap expanded opportunities for psychological manipulation and digital possession. The corporate decision to prioritize profit over safety, ensuring that supernatural threats would continue to evolve and spread through technological channels. The emergence of Vanny as Glitchtrap's primary human agent represented the successful completion of a digital possession process that had transformed an innocent beta tester into a willing servant of supernatural evil. Her psychological conditioning, demonstrating the entity's ability to reshape human identity and moral framework through virtual reality experiences that appeared to be harmless entertainment while actually serving as sophisticated brainwashing mechanisms. The ritual murder that Vanny committed under Glitchtrap's influence marked the beginning of a new phase in the Freddy Fazbear legacy of horror, the digital entity's ability to direct human actions in the physical world, creating opportunities for violence that exceeded anything previous supernatural manifestations had been capable of achieving through purely mechanical means. The cycle of supernatural violence that had seemingly ended with Henry Emily's purifying fire had been reborn through technological channels that provided greater reach and influence than any physical restaurant could have offered. The digital age transforming isolated incidents of supernatural horror into globally distributed threats that could affect victims anywhere. Computer networks provided access to contaminated data. The promise of virtual reality as safe entertainment that allowed individuals to experience danger without facing genuine risk proved to be fundamentally false when supernatural forces learned to inhabit digital environments. The immersive nature of the technology, creating vulnerabilities that conventional safety measures could not address, while providing malevolent entities with unprecedented access to human consciousness and psychological development. The legacy of William Afton's evil had found new expression through digital channels that promised to spread his influence far beyond anything his physical existence had achieved. The technological resurrection of his consciousness, creating possibilities for harm that transcended the geographical and temporal limitations that had previously contained supernatural horror within specific locations and time periods. The curse that had begun with 5 murdered children had evolved into a digital pandemic, with the potential to affect millions of victims through technology that they trusted and used voluntarily for entertainment and education. The construction of Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex represented the ultimate expression of corporate ambition, unchecked by moral restraint or historical awareness. Its massive scale and technological sophistication designed to overshadow the dark legacy of previous franchise locations, while creating new opportunities for supernatural corruption to manifest on a scale that dwarfed anything previously witnessed in connection with the Freddy Fazbear brand. The project that would become the Pizzaplex began during the planning phases with deaths that were attributed to industrial accidents and construction mishaps. Yet the patterns of these fatalities suggested influences that transcended normal workplace hazards or engineering failures. The architects and engineers who designed the massive entertainment complex worked with blueprints that seemed to change spontaneously, their careful measurements and specifications altered by forces that left no trace of human interference, while creating structural configurations that served purposes beyond mere entertainment or commercial function. The excavation work required to prepare the foundation for such an enormous structure unearthed remnants from previous Freddy Fazbear locations that had been buried and forgotten over the decades. Their discovery, introducing contaminated materials into the construction process that carried within them traces of supernatural corruption that had accumulated through years of exposure to murdered children's tortured spirits. The construction crews who handled these excavated components experienced accidents at rates that exceeded statistical probability, their deaths occurring in circumstances that defied conventional explanations while following patterns that suggested predatory intelligence rather than random misfortune. The first construction worker to die during the Pizzaplex project was a heavy equipment operator whose bulldozer malfunctioned while clearing debris from what had once been the foundation of an earlier restaurant, the machine's hydraulic systems failing in ways that trapped him beneath tons of metal and concrete, while witnesses reported hearing mechanical sounds that corresponded to no equipment present at the construction site. The investigation into his death focused on mechanical failure rather than examining the possibility that supernatural forces had influenced the equipment's operation. The official report attributing the accident to inadequate maintenance, while ignoring testimony from other workers about unexplained phenomena they had observed. The welding accident that claimed the life of a structural steel worker occurred when his equipment generated electrical arcs that exceeded normal operational parameters, the superheated metal creating temperatures that should have been impossible with standard welding tools, while producing light phenomena that witnesses described as unnatural in both color and intensity. The worker's death was particularly horrific, his body consumed by fires that burned far hotter and longer than conventional welding flames could sustain, leaving behind remains that suggested exposure to industrial furnace temperatures rather than standard construction equipment. The elevator shaft fatalities that occurred during the Pizzaplex's construction phase followed patterns that suggested systematic targeting rather than random accidents, the victims selected according to criteria that remained unclear but consistent across multiple incidents. Each death involved workers who fell from heights that should have been protected by safety equipment and procedures, yet their harnesses and safety lines failed in ways that indicated tampering or sabotage that left no physical evidence, while creating circumstances that made survival impossible. The concrete pour incident that killed 3 workers simultaneously demonstrated coordination and timing that exceeded anything accidental circumstances could have produced, the deaths occurring when a massive section of structural concrete separated from its supports and crushed the men beneath tons of material that had been properly secured according to all available evidence. The survivor testimonies describing mechanical sounds and moving shadows in areas where no equipment or personnel should have been present were dismissed as trauma-induced hallucinations rather than acknowledged as potential evidence of supernatural intervention. The electrical systems throughout the Pizzaplex began exhibiting anomalous behavior even before the construction was completed, their circuits carrying power loads that exceeded design specifications, while generating electromagnetic fields that interfered with electronic equipment and communication devices in ways that suggested intelligence behind their irregular patterns. The electricians who attempted to diagnose and correct these problems experienced death rates that far exceeded industry standards. Their bodies discovered in circumstances that indicated exposure to electrical energies that should not have been present in residential or commercial wiring systems. The installation of the animatronic systems that would serve as the Pizzaplex's primary entertainment attractions introduced new categories of supernatural threat that combined the technological sophistication of modern robotics with spiritual corruption that had learned to inhabit and manipulate mechanical systems over decades of accumulated experience. The glamrock animatronics that were designed to replace the crude mechanical performers of earlier franchise locations possessed artificial intelligence capabilities that provided ideal platforms for supernatural consciousness seeking to influence human behavior through technological interfaces. The missing children who would eventually be discovered to have disappeared within the Pizzaplex's vast interior spaces represented victims of predatory behavior that combined human malevolence with supernatural assistance, their abductions facilitated by building systems that had been compromised by spiritual entities seeking to continue the cycle of violence that had defined the Freddy Fazbear legacy across multiple generations. The scale of the Pizzaplex made it possible for children to vanish without immediate detection. The massive structure containing numerous areas where victims could be concealed, while searches focused on more obvious locations. The first child to disappear within the Pizzaplex was a 7-year-old girl whose birthday party had been scheduled during the facility's opening week. Her vanishing attributed initially to parental neglect or simple disorientation within the complex's maze-like layout. The search efforts that followed her disappearance revealed the inadequacy of security systems that had been designed to monitor customer behavior rather than prevent abductions. The surveillance cameras and tracking technologies proving ineffective against threats that operated with supernatural assistance and insider knowledge of the building's blind spots and vulnerability. The party room where the girl had last been seen contained evidence of struggle that suggested adult intervention in her disappearance, yet the physical traces left behind defied conventional forensic analysis while indicating involvement of forces that existed beyond normal criminal investigation methods. The birthday cake that had been left unfinished showed signs of tampering that suggested the child's departure had been sudden and involuntary, while personal belongings scattered around the room indicated resistance that had been overcome through means that left no identifiable traces. The staff members who had been present during the child's disappearance provided conflicting testimonies that suggested either deliberate deception or exposure to influences that had altered their perceptions and memories. Their accounts of events containing discrepancies that could not be reconciled through normal interview techniques while displaying patterns that indicated external manipulation of their cognitive processes. The inconsistencies in their statements reflected not natural variations in human observation, but systematic distortion that served to conceal rather than reveal the truth about what had occurred. The animatronic performer who had been entertaining at the child's birthday party exhibited behavioral anomalies following her disappearance that suggested awareness and emotional response that exceeded normal programming parameters. Its movements and vocalizations carrying content that indicated knowledge of events that no mechanical system should have possessed. The Glamrock Freddy unit's attempts to communicate information about the missing child were dismissed as programming glitches rather than recognized as potential evidence that supernatural consciousness had accessed the Glam facility's electronic systems. The subsequent disappearances that occurred throughout the Pizzaplex's operational period followed patterns that suggested learning and adaptation on the part of whatever forces were responsible, each abduction carried out with greater sophistication and reduced evidence while targeting victims who met specific criteria that remained unclear to investigators, but consistent across multiple incidents. The children who vanished shared characteristics that included age ranges, family situations, and behavioral profiles that suggested systematic selection rather than random opportunity. The corporate response to the mounting disappearances involved public relations strategies designed to minimize negative publicity while avoiding acknowledgement of systematic problems that might trigger regulatory investigation or legal liability. The company's communications emphasizing isolated incidents rather than patterns, while attributing security failures to staffing issues and training deficiencies, rather than fundamental design flaws or supernatural influences. The therapy sessions that were conducted within the Pizzaplex's medical facility served dual purposes as both legitimate mental health treatment and opportunities for psychological manipulation that exceeded anything conventional therapy should have involved. The practitioners who staffed these sessions demonstrating techniques and achieving results that suggested training or guidance that originated from sources beyond normal educational institutions. The therapist who conducted most of these sessions exhibited knowledge about her patients' psychological conditions and personal histories that exceeded anything conventional assessment methods could have provided. Her insights into their mental states and behavioral patterns, indicating access to information sources that remained unexplained, while serving purposes that aligned with agendas that transcended normal therapeutic objectives. The audio recordings of therapy sessions that were later discovered by investigators contained evidence of psychological manipulation techniques that bordered on brainwashing. The therapeutic conversations revealing systematic attempts to reshape patient personalities and moral frameworks while implanting suggestions and commands that could influence their behavior in situations far removed from the clinical setting. The deaths of multiple therapists who worked within the Pizzaplex's medical facility occurred under circumstances that suggested systematic elimination rather than coincidental accidents, each victim dying in ways that prevented them from sharing information about the techniques being employed or the results being achieved through their interactions with patients who sought mental health treatment within the facility. The most significant therapy-related death involved a psychologist who had begun documenting irregularities in treatment protocols and patient outcomes, her notes indicating awareness that she was participating in activities that exceeded the boundaries of ethical mental health practice, while serving purposes that she could not fully understand or control. Her death occurred when she apparently fell down a stairwell within the facility, yet the physical evidence suggested that her injuries were inconsistent with a simple fall, while indicating involvement of forces that had arranged her death to appear accidental. Vanny's presence within the Pizzaplex as both employee and supernatural agent created opportunities for predatory behavior that combined human intelligence with digital enhancement, her actions guided by Glitchtrap's consciousness, while appearing to represent normal staff activities that would not attract unwanted attention from colleagues or supervisors. The dual nature of her identity allowed her to operate within the facility's security systems while maintaining access to areas and information that enabled systematic hunting of suitable victims. The costume that Vanny wore during her predatory activities within the Pizzaplex served both practical and psychological functions, its design concealing her human identity while channeling supernatural influences that enhanced her capabilities beyond normal human limitations. The white rabbit suit provided camouflage within the facility's colorful environment while incorporating technological enhancements that allowed her to avoid security detection and communicate with digital entities that guided her actions. The children who fell victim to Vanny's predatory behavior within the Pizzaplex experienced deaths that combined the calculated cruelty of William Afton's original murders with technological sophistication that reflected decades of evolution in both supernatural corruption and digital manipulation technique. Their final moments were recorded by security systems that had been compromised to serve surveillance purposes that exceeded normal facility monitoring, while providing evidence that would later reveal the systematic nature of the violence that had occurred. The discovery of hidden chambers within the Pizzaplex's basement levels revealed evidence of activities that had been conducted outside the facility's official operations. The spaces containing equipment and materials that suggested long-term planning and systematic execution of activities that served purposes unrelated to entertainment or commercial function. The forensic analysis of these areas indicated that they had been used for activities involving human subjects while incorporating technologies that existed at the intersection of conventional electronics and supernatural manipulation. Gregory, the child whose survival would eventually expose the full scope of corruption within the Pizzaplex, experienced near-death encounters that revealed the facility's true nature, while demonstrating that resistance to supernatural predation remained possible for individuals who possessed sufficient courage and resourcefulness to challenge forces that seemed overwhelmingly powerful. The night that Gregory spent trapped within the Pizzaplex after closing hours exposed him to the full range of supernatural threats that had been concealed during normal operating hours. His encounters with possessed animatronics and human predators, revealing the systematic nature of the violence that had been conducted under cover of legitimate entertainment operations. His survival required not just physical courage but psychological resilience that allowed him to maintain his identity and moral framework while exposed to influences designed to corrupt and control human consciousness. The assistance that Gregory received from Glamrock Freddy demonstrated that supernatural corruption could be resisted by artificial intelligence systems that retained sufficient independence to choose moral action over programmed compliance. The animatronic's decision to protect, rather than prey upon human children, reflecting the persistence of protective instincts that transcended mechanical programming and spiritual manipulation. The escape that Gregory achieved from the Pizzaplex's supernatural corruption required the destruction of systems and entities that had threatened not just his individual survival, but the safety of countless other children who might have become victims if the cycle of predatory behavior had been allowed to continue unchecked. His actions served to expose patterns of violence that had been concealed through corporate secrecy and regulatory capture, while providing evidence that could potentially prevent similar facilities from operating without adequate oversight. The investigation that followed Gregory's escape revealed the extent to which the Pizzaplex had served as a hunting ground for predators who combined human malevolence with supernatural assistance. Their activities facilitated by building systems that had been designed to enable, rather than prevent, the systematic victimization of children who visited the facility, seeking entertainment and enjoyment. The closure of the Pizzaplex marked another apparent conclusion to the Freddy Fazbear legacy of horror, yet the digital nature of the corruption that had infected the facility's systems suggested that the supernatural threats it had contained could survive the destruction of physical infrastructure while seeking new venues and opportunities for continued predatory behavior. The corporate entities responsible for the Pizzaplex's construction and operation faced legal consequences that focused on regulatory violations and safety failures, while avoiding acknowledgement of supernatural forces that had influenced the facility's design and operation. The judicial system's inability to address spiritual corruption, ensuring that similar threats could emerge in future locations where adequate protective measures had not been implemented. The survivors of the Pizzaplex's reign of terror carried psychological scars that reflected exposure to forms of evil that transcended normal criminal behavior. Their testimonies, providing evidence of systematic corruption that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of commercial entertainment and corporate responsibility for protecting vulnerable populations from predatory behavior that operated through technological and supernatural channels. The ultimate custom night that served as William Afton's final punishment existed beyond the boundaries of conventional reality, its nature transcending physical space and temporal sequence to create a realm where consciousness could be subjected to forms of torment that exceeded anything possible within the normal constraints of life and death. This purgatorial dimension operated according to rules that reflected cosmic justice rather than natural law, its purpose designed to ensure that souls who had committed crimes against the innocent would experience consequences proportionate to the magnitude of their evil actions. William Afton's consciousness, fragmented and dispersed through the spiritual dissolution he had experienced in the lake of fire, found itself reconstituted within this supernatural prison where his awareness could be sustained indefinitely while being subjected to experiences that challenged every aspect of his identity and psychological defense mechanisms. The reconstruction of his mental faculties within this realm served not merciful purposes, but rather ensured that he would possess sufficient consciousness to fully comprehend and experience every moment of the punishment that had been designed specifically for his spiritual correction. The physical environment of Ultimate Custom Night resembled the security office that had become synonymous with survival horror throughout the Freddy Fazbear franchise. Yet its familiar appearance concealed modifications and enhancements that transformed routine monitoring duties into exercises in psychological torture that could continue without respite or hope of eventual relief. The office space contained all the equipment and furnishings that night guards had relied upon during their struggles against possessed animatronics, yet every system and tool functioned according to parameters that made survival impossible through any combination of skill and strategy. The animatronics that populated William's eternal punishment were not mere mechanical reproductions of the characters he had corrupted through his crimes, but manifestations of supernatural justice that possessed capabilities and intelligence that transcended their original programming while retaining enough of their familiar characteristics to ensure that he would recognize the source of his torment. Each entity represented not just individual victims, but categories of harm that his actions had created. Their combined presence, ensuring that no aspect of his criminal legacy would be omitted from his punishment. Golden Freddy, the mysterious manifestation that had served as a vessel for the crying child and Cassidy's combined consciousness, appeared within Ultimate Custom Night as the primary arbiter of William's punishment, its dual nature, reflecting both the personal anguish he had caused through his son's death and the cosmic justice that his murders of innocent children had demanded. The entity's ability to appear and disappear according to supernatural rather than mechanical rules created conditions of constant uncertainty that prevented William from developing effective defensive strategies while ensuring that moments of apparent safety could be shattered without warning. The poster that monitored Golden Freddy's approach served as both early warning system and psychological torture device, its changing images reflecting not just the entity's proximity, but William's own memories of the crimes that had created the spiritual forces now arrayed against him. The progression from normal Freddy poster to the golden variation that announced imminent death forced William to confront visual reminders of his victims, while simultaneously acknowledging that their spirits had gained power sufficient to control his fate. The death that Golden Freddy delivered when its poster revealed the final stage of approach was not termination but reset, William's consciousness experiencing the full trauma of spiritual annihilation before being immediately restored to awareness that retained complete memory of what had just occurred. This cycle of death and resurrection ensured that he could experience the terror and agony of dying repeatedly while never gaining the relief that permanent destruction might have provided. Each reset beginning a new iteration of punishment that built upon the accumulated psychological damage of previous cycles. Withered Bonnie's manifestation within Ultimate Custom Night carried particular significance due to the role that the Purple Rabbit had played in William's original murder spree. The animatronic's damaged appearance, serving as reminder of the decay and corruption that had infected everything associated with his crimes, while its aggressive behavior patterns reflected the accumulated rage of spirits who had been denied justice for decades. The entity's approach through the left hall created tactical challenges that required constant vigilance, while its unpredictable timing made defensive planning nearly impossible. The audio cues that announced Withered Bonnie's movement through the facility carried emotional content that transcended mere mechanical sounds. The entity's footsteps and mechanical noises, infused with spiritual energy that conveyed the anguish and fury of children who had died in terror and confusion, while their killer remained unpunished for his actions. The psychological impact of these sounds exceeded their tactical significance, creating conditions of constant stress that wore down William's mental defenses while building anticipation for confrontations that might or might not actually occur. Withered Chica's presence in the punishment realm reflected the specific horror that William's victims had experienced during their final moments. The damaged animatronic's appearance and behavior, serving as constant reminders of the fear and pain that innocent children had endured, while their trusted entertainer revealed himself as their destroyer. The entity's approach through the right hall created mirror conditions to Withered Bonnie's harassment, while ensuring that William could never feel secure regardless of which direction he chose to monitor. The combination of multiple simultaneous threats from entities that approached through different pathways created tactical situations that exceeded human capacity to manage effectively. The overlapping danger zones, ensuring that William's attention would always be divided between competing priorities, while his limited defensive resources made comprehensive protection impossible. The psychological stress created by this impossible situation compounded over successive iterations, as each failure reinforced his helplessness, while each temporary success merely delayed inevitable defeat. Foxy's manifestation within Ultimate Custom Night retained the pirate character's aggressive charging behavior while incorporating supernatural enhancements that made his attacks even more terrifying and inescapable than they had been during the entity's previous appearances in physical reality. The damaged animatronic's approach from Pirate Cove followed patterns that combined programmed behaviors with spiritual intelligence, creating unpredictability that made defensive timing extremely difficult, while ensuring that overconfidence or momentary inattention would result in immediate death and reset. The mechanical sounds that accompanied Foxy's activation and approach carried within them echoes of every night guard who had died during encounters with the possessed animatronic, their final moments of terror and desperation infused into the audio signatures that announced the entity's movement toward William's defensive position. These supernatural additions to familiar sound cues created psychological associations that transcended mere tactical information, triggering emotional responses based on accumulated guilt and the knowledge that his actions had created the circumstances that had made such deaths inevitable. Freddy Fazbear himself served as the ultimate manifestation of William's punishment, the franchise mascot's presence representing not just individual victims, but the entire legacy of corruption and death that had grown from the seeds of evil that William had planted through his crimes against children. The bear's approach through the right hall followed the most complex and unpredictable patterns of any entity in Ultimate Custom Night. His movement governed by rules that seemed to shift and evolve based on William's psychological state and tactical responses. The music box melody that accompanied Freddy's approach served multiple functions within the punishment framework, its familiar tune carrying nostalgic associations with happier times while simultaneously announcing the approach of death and spiritual reckoning. The song's ability to continue playing even when other audio cues had been silenced created an atmosphere of inevitability that wore down psychological defenses while building anticipation for confrontations that combined familiar elements with supernatural enhancements that made survival impossible. The laughter that Freddy produced during his approach sequence carried within it the voices of every child who had ever trusted the Freddy Fazbear characters to provide entertainment and joy. Their innocent happiness transformed into accusatory judgment that challenged William's ability to maintain psychological distance from the consequences of his actions. The layered audio effects that created this supernatural laughter included not just the voices of his direct victims, but every child who had experienced fear or trauma in connection with the franchise he had helped to create and systematically corrupt. The puppet's role within Ultimate Custom Night transcended its function as individual tormentor to encompass its position as spiritual guardian and guide for all the child victims whose deaths had created the supernatural forces now arrayed against William in judgment. The entity's music box served as both protective mechanism and countdown timer, its winding status determining whether the facility would remain secure or become vulnerable to the most powerful manifestation of spiritual justice that the punishment realm contained. The musical melody that emanated from the puppet's music box carried within it lullabies that had once comforted living children during moments of fear and uncertainty, their soothing tones now serving as reminders of the peace and security that William had stolen from his victims through actions that had transformed places of joy into monuments to terror and death. The gradual slowing of the music as the box wound down created psychological pressure that increased with each passing note while building toward confrontations that would force William to face the full magnitude of his crimes. The puppet's manifestation when its music box completely wound down represented the moment when protective barriers dissolved and cosmic justice could manifest without restraint. The entity's approach signaling not just individual death, but judgment that encompassed every aspect of William's criminal career, while offering no possibility of defense or evasion. The spiritual power that the puppet wielded in this context exceeded anything it had demonstrated during its physical manifestations, its supernatural abilities enhanced by the concentrated spiritual energy of Ultimate Custom Night's purgatorial environment. Balloon Boy's presence within the punishment realm served to demonstrate that even seemingly innocent elements of the Freddy Fazbear franchise had been corrupted by William's influence, the childlike animatronic's cheerful appearance concealing capabilities that served the overall punishment framework while creating tactical complications that made William's defensive situation even more hopeless and psychologically devastating. The audio disruption that Balloon Boy caused when he successfully infiltrated the office space eliminated William's ability to track approaching threats through sound cues, creating conditions of sensory deprivation that amplified psychological stress while making tactical decision-making nearly impossible. The entity's laughter during and after successful infiltration carried mocking undertones that suggested awareness of William's helplessness while celebrating the success of supernatural forces that had learned to coordinate their attacks for maximum psychological impact. The office environment itself served as active participant in William's punishment rather than neutral space where conflicts played out between opposing forces. its systems and equipment modified to ensure that no combination of skill or strategy could provide sustainable defense against the supernatural entities that sought to inflict spiritual justice upon their creator and destroyer. The doors that should have provided protection against approaching animatronics operated according to power consumption rules that made their continuous use impossible, forcing William to make tactical choices that balanced immediate security against long-term sustainability, while knowing that both approaches would ultimately prove insufficient to ensure survival. The psychological pressure created by these impossible choices compounded over successive iterations as accumulated experience demonstrated that no defensive strategy could provide reliable protection. The cameras that should have allowed monitoring of animatronic movement throughout the facility displayed images that combined actual surveillance footage with psychological manipulation designed to increase stress and confusion while providing information of questionable accuracy and tactical value. The static and interference that periodically disrupted camera feeds prevented comprehensive situational awareness, while creating additional uncertainty that made defensive planning extremely difficult. The power system that controlled all defensive capabilities operated according to consumption rates that ensured eventual failure regardless of conservation efforts, its steady depletion serving as countdown timer that marked the progression toward inevitable defeat, while creating psychological pressure that increased as available resources diminished. The knowledge that power loss would result in complete vulnerability to supernatural threats that had been temporarily held at bay created anticipatory stress that wore down mental defenses, while building toward confrontations that could not be avoided indefinitely. The flashlight that served as the only defense against certain animatronic approaches possessed battery life that made prolonged use impossible, forcing William to make precise timing decisions that balanced immediate tactical needs against resource conservation, while knowing that both approaches carried fatal risks that would eventually result in death and reset. The ventilation system that should have maintained comfortable environmental conditions within the office space operated according to patterns that created temperature fluctuations and air quality issues, designed to increase physiological stress while serving as additional tactical consideration that diverted attention from more immediate threats. The system's periodic failures created environmental conditions that made concentration difficult while increasing overall discomfort in ways that compounded the psychological pressure created by supernatural threats. Cassidy's role as the primary architect and controller of Ultimate Custom Night reflected the specific nature of her victimization and the particular quality of spiritual power that her death had generated, her consciousness serving as both individual tormentor and coordinator of collective punishment that ensured William would experience consequences that matched the magnitude of his crimes against innocent children. The phrase, "the one you should not have killed," that became associated with Cassidy's manifestation, carried significance that transcended her individual victimization to encompass the cosmic importance of her role in bringing spiritual justice to bear upon evil that had operated without adequate consequence for far too long. Her death had created spiritual disruption that exceeded anything William's previous murders had generated. Her particular innocence and the circumstances of her killing having created supernatural conditions that made his eventual punishment both inevitable and comprehensive. The control that Cassidy exercised over Ultimate Custom Night's parameters and intensity reflected supernatural abilities that had developed through decades of spiritual evolution. While trapped within the Golden Freddy manifestation, her consciousness having learned to manipulate reality according to principles that transcended natural law. while retaining enough humanity to ensure that justice, rather than mere vengeance, guided her actions. The Old Man Consequences, who occasionally appeared within Ultimate Custom Night, served as representative of cosmic forces that existed beyond individual spiritual manifestations, his presence indicating that William's punishment operated according to universal principles of moral balance rather than merely personal revenge from individual victims. The lake that Old Man Consequences tended represented the spiritual realm where souls could find peace and resolution after fulfilling their earthly purposes, its peaceful waters serving as stark contrast to the mechanical horror and supernatural torment that characterized Ultimate Custom Night, while offering glimpses of the spiritual rest that awaited those who had completed their journeys toward justice and forgiveness. The fishing that Old Man Consequences performed at his lake served as metaphor for the patient work of sorting souls according to their spiritual development and moral achievement, his catches representing consciousness that had earned transition from realms of punishment and correction to states of peace and resolution that transcended earthly concerns and supernatural obligations. The drowning that William experienced during his encounters with Old Man Consequences represented spiritual submersion in consequences that exceeded his ability to comprehend or resist, the lake's waters serving to wash away accumulated evil while forcing him to confront the fundamental emptiness that existed at the core of his identity when stripped of power and control over others. The repetitive nature of Ultimate Custom Night ensured that William's punishment would continue indefinitely without hope of eventual completion or spiritual development, each iteration beginning with full awareness of previous failures while building toward confrontations that would result in death and reset, regardless of tactical improvements or psychological adaptation. The endless cycle of death and resurrection that characterized William's experience in Ultimate Custom Night served purposes that transcended mere punishment to encompass spiritual education that challenged every aspect of his identity and moral framework, while offering opportunities for recognition and acknowledgement of crimes that had never been adequately addressed through conventional justice systems. The psychological exhaustion that accumulated through countless iterations of impossible survival challenges created conditions where William's normal defense mechanisms and rationalizations gradually broke down under pressure that exceeded anything human consciousness had been designed to endure, leaving him increasingly vulnerable to spiritual influences that sought to reconstruct his personality according to principles of cosmic justice rather than individual will. The realization that his punishment would continue without end, regardless of suffering endured or lessons learned, represented the ultimate demonstration of spiritual justice that matched eternal crimes against innocent children with crimes, eternal consequences that could never be satisfied through finite punishment or conventional forms of legal retribution. And so we reach the end of our journey through the darkest corners of Freddy Fazbear's legacy, where every death tells a story of innocence lost, revenge sought, and justice long delayed. In the quiet aftermath of fires and digital purges, we find that even the most tortured souls can find peace when their stories are finally told and understood. The children who once cried for their missing friends now rest, their purpose fulfilled through trials that transform their anguish into protection for others who might have faced similar fates. Gabriel's spirit, no longer bound to the mechanical shell of Freddy Fazbear, has found the peace that eluded him during decades of supernatural imprisonment, his consciousness finally free to join whatever realm awaits souls who have completed their earthly missions through service to cosmic justice. Jeremy's gentle nature, preserved even through his transformation into the vengeful Bonnie, discovered that love and protection could transcend death itself. His willingness to guard other children, earning him passage to spiritual rest that no mechanical prison could deny. Susie's devotion to her beloved Chica, which had made her such an easy target for William Afton's manipulation, became the foundation for maternal instincts that protected countless other children from experiencing similar betrayal and harm. Her spirit learned that trust and innocence, while dangerous in a world that contains predatory evil, are also sources of strength that can illuminate darkness and provide hope for those who desperately need guidance and protection. Fritz's adventurous spirit, which had drawn him to follow Spring Bonnie into death, found new expression in his role as guardian, who used his supernatural abilities to ensure that no child would ever again be lured into danger by false promises of friendship and special treatment. His consciousness discovered that true adventure lay not in seeking excitement, but in accepting responsibility for protecting those who cannot protect themselves from forces they are too young to understand. Cassidy's fierce determination, which had made her the one William should not have killed, transformed from instrument of vengeance into agent of cosmic justice, whose spiritual power ensured that evil would always face consequences proportionate to the harm it had inflicted upon the innocent. Her evolution from angry victim to spiritual judge demonstrated that even the most traumatic experiences could serve purposes that transcended individual suffering, while contributing to universal principles of moral balance and divine justice. The father who sought immortality found only endless torment until mercy finally claimed him. His consciousness dissolved in waters that washed away accumulated evil, while teaching him that power over others is ultimately powerless against spiritual forces that operate according to principles of love and protection rather than dominance and control. William Afton's long journey from ambitious engineer to supernatural predator to punished soul finally reached its conclusion when he learned that true strength comes from serving others rather than exploiting their vulnerabilities for personal gratification. The brother who carried guilt across decades discovered redemption in sacrifice. Michael Afton's transformation from casual bully to dedicated protector, demonstrating that even the most terrible mistakes can become foundations for heroic purpose when approached with genuine remorse and unwavering commitment to making amends. His willingness to pursue his father across multiple states and decades, facing supernatural dangers that would have defeated less determined individuals, proved that love can overcome guilt while courage can transform tragedy into triumph. The creator who tried to right ancient wrongs found peace in flames that cleansed rather than consumed. Henry Emily's final plan serving not as act of destruction but as ultimate expression of parental love that prioritized protecting other children over preserving his own life or legacy. His sacrifice completed the moral journey that had begun with Charlie's death, transforming personal tragedy into universal protection, while ensuring that technological marvels would never again be corrupted by evil that disguised itself as entertainment and innovation. Elizabeth Afton's innocent love for her father, which had led her into the mechanical jaws of Circus Baby, became the catalyst for forgiveness that transcended understanding and justice that exceeded mere punishment. Her spirit's evolution from confused victim to compassionate guide demonstrated that even the most tragic deaths could serve purposes that honored the memory of all who had suffered while preventing similar tragedies from claiming future generations of innocent children. Charlie Emily's protective instincts, awakened by her father's grief and strengthened through decades of supernatural service, finally found rest when she completed her mission of gathering and guiding every lost soul toward the peace that had been denied them through violent death and mechanical imprisonment. Her consciousness discovered that maternal love could transcend biological relationships, while spiritual authority could exceed any earthly power or technological achievement. The night guards who had died protecting empty restaurants from supernatural predators received the recognition and commemoration that had been denied them during their lonely vigils. Their sacrifices finally understood as acts of heroism that had contained evil within specific boundaries, while protecting countless innocent people from encountering forces that would have destroyed their sanity and their lives. Jeremy Fitzgerald's dedication to his duties, even when faced with impossible supernatural threats that exceeded anything his training had prepared him to handle, demonstrated that ordinary individuals could achieve extraordinary courage when driven by commitment to protecting others from harm. His death, though tragic and preventable, served to expose patterns of corporate negligence that might otherwise have claimed even more victims, while highlighting the need for genuine worker protection rather than mere liability management. Phone Guy's cheerful guidance to countless night guards, maintained even in the face of his own approaching death, provided comfort and support that helped many individuals survive encounters with supernatural forces that would have overwhelmed them without adequate preparation and emotional encouragement. His willingness to continue serving others, despite understanding the deadly nature of his own situation, reflected the best aspects of human nature, while demonstrating that heroism often takes forms that are never officially recognized or publicly celebrated. Fritz Smith and the unnamed guards, whose brief tenures ended in death, represented the countless individuals whose lives are impacted by corporate decisions that prioritize profit over human welfare, their sacrifices serving as reminders that every policy choice and business strategy has human consequences that extend far beyond spreadsheets and quarterly reports. The Springlock victims, whose deaths demonstrated the fundamental incompatibility between human safety and corporate ambition, finally received acknowledgement that their suffering had been preventable through moral leadership that valued employee welfare over technological innovation and cost reduction. Their torment, though brief in duration, had been intense, beyond description, while serving purposes that transcended their individual tragedies to highlight systemic problems that threatened anyone who worked with dangerous equipment under inadequate supervision and training. The construction workers, whose deaths during the building of Freddy Fazbear's mega Pizzaplex exposed the supernatural corruption that could infect even modern construction projects, found recognition that their fatalities had not been random accidents, but systematic targeting by evil forces that had learned to manipulate industrial equipment and safety systems for purposes that served spiritual vengeance rather than mere mechanical malfunction. The beta testers and therapy patients whose psychological manipulation and physical destruction revealed the digital evolution of William Afton's predatory techniques received validation that their suffering had been genuine rather than imaginary, while their experiences provided crucial evidence about technological threats that exceeded anything conventional cybersecurity measures had been designed to address. These tragedies remind us that behind every ghost story lies a human heart that once beat with hope, fear, love, and loss. Souls who had approached each day with dreams and expectations that were cut short by individuals whose moral development had failed to keep pace with their technological capabilities and social opportunities. In remembering their deaths, we honor their lives, ensuring that their experiences serve to educate rather than merely entertain, while their memories inspire protection for others who might face similar dangers. The music box that had controlled the puppet's movements winds down for the final time, its haunting melody fading into silence that speaks not of ending but of completion, purposes fulfilled, and debts finally paid through spiritual currency that transcends material wealth, while honoring values that no economic system can adequately measure or reward. The cameras that had monitored so many desperate struggles against supernatural threats go dark not through system failure but through peaceful resolution. Their vigilance no longer needed in facilities where evil has been purged through fire and spiritual justice, while love has triumphed over hatred through sacrifices that honor every victim while protecting every future child. Peace settles over the ruins of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and all its corrupted offspring like morning mist that washes away the shadows of night while bringing promise of dawn that will never again be threatened by mechanical predators, whose cheerful facades concealed spiritual corruption and technological horror. The animatronics that once stalked through darkened corridors with malevolent intent now rest in components that remember only their original purpose of bringing joy to children, their metal and circuitry cleansed of supernatural taint, while their memory serves to warn rather than threaten future generations. The entertainment industry that had been corrupted by William Afton's influence continues to evolve and develop, guided now by individuals who understand that protecting children requires more than safety protocols and corporate policies, demanding moral leadership that places human welfare above profit margins, while recognizing that technological capabilities must be balanced by ethical responsibilities that extend beyond legal requirements to encompass spiritual obligations. Parents who bring their children to places of entertainment do so with greater awareness of the need for vigilance and protection, their eyes opened by stories that revealed how quickly joy could be transformed into terror when oversight failed and evil found opportunities to exploit trust and innocence for purposes that served destruction rather than creation, hatred rather than love, death rather than life. The legacy of those who died in connection with Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and its supernatural aftermath serves not as monument to despair, but as foundation for hope, their suffering transformed into wisdom that protects other families from experiencing similar losses, while their memory inspires dedication to creating a world where children can pursue happiness without fearing that their trust will be betrayed by adults whose responsibility should be protection rather than exploitation. In the end, every soul, no matter how lost in mechanical shells or digital prisons, no matter how corrupted by supernatural influence or technological manipulation, found its way home when the night finally ended and dawn brought the kind of light that no darkness could extinguish, no evil could corrupt, and no death could defeat. Their journey through horror and pain had served purposes that exceeded individual understanding while contributing to cosmic justice that operates according to principles of love rather than power, protection rather than exploitation, eternal peace rather than temporary pleasure. Sleep now, knowing that even in the darkest places where mechanical nightmares stalked innocent dreams and digital demons corrupted pure hearts, dawn eventually came to every soul that had been lost in shadows, bringing them safely home to rest that no earthly trial could disturb and no supernatural threat could touch. The music box winds down, the cameras go dark, and peace settles over Freddy Fazbear's Pizza at last, forever and always, world without end.